I'll call the Board of Game to order at 8:31 a.m. And this morning, we're going to continue on with proposals. I believe we had one that was tabled yesterday that we're going to bring up at this time.
Mr. Chair, I move to take proposal 127 from the table.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Al?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make amendment to proposal 127. You can find the new language in RC 43. And that would state, or my amendment would be that with air bows, with the use of an air gun, however, air guns are at least 35 caliber or larger, and pre-charged pneumatic, including arrow shooting air guns capability of producing 250 feet per second with broadheads 7/8 inch or greater are allowed for the take of deer and caribou.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be in support of the amendment. Looks like what we agreed to yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any additional discussion? I believe this language on the air gun is the same as Arizona has for air guns for hunting coos deer, mule deer, and pronghorn antelope. So I think a mule deer and a caribou are fairly similar in body size, and the Sitka blacktail is more similar to a coos deer probably in body size. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we comfortable allowing the air bow instead of just air guns?
I am. I think, we currently do allow crossbows in all these general hunts, and it would be a very similar type weapon as this. And this is a limited authorization because air guns are generally prohibited with this limited exception for deer and caribou. So I think this is, in my opinion, it's fine as long as. Any additional discussion? Go ahead, Al, on the amendment.
Yeah, just one more. We want to be more specific in the language for this would only be allowed to use in general seasons for deer and caribou?
I'm not looking to just limit it to general seasons because it could be used for registration hunts or even a draw hunt for caribou. So it's we're looking at species specific and limiting it to non-dangerous big game that's similar in size and shape to what's in other states. So we can see how they work in our environment, I believe. Okay, with that, on the amendment.
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment, so go ahead.
Roll call vote on the amendment shown in RC 43. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, at this time, the proposal is before us as amended. Further discussion on the proposal? I think we had a robust discussion yesterday on the use of air guns generally and got additional information from the department. So go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be in support of this proposal as amended. I think with new technology coming, we shouldn't always be afraid of it. This is a chance that we can actually see what happens out there and how popular it becomes or not. And, we have cycles, so if we have issues with it in the future, we have regulatory action we can take on things like this.
Okay, thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I agree with Member Barrett. I think the other reason that I'll be supporting it is it just gives our residents and non-resident hunters an opportunity to have a different weapon system that they can use, especially with the increase in prices of ammo This may just offer them a different chance. I know they're expensive, but one-time upfront cost, but perhaps over the long term, it might not be as expensive for residents as well.
Additional comments? I would just note that when Lewis and Clark were exploring, they had an air gun with them, and they used it to take a number of species, including deer, with the air gun. And this was back like 220 years ago now? So, it's not entirely a new technology, it's just an updated technology. So,
Mr. Chairman, what else was around back then that you could enlighten us with? Was
I don't remember everything about it, but we could probably ask Orville. Or Eddie. Anyway, with that,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I'm glad to see other people are being targeted with ageist jokes, besides myself.
Okay. Go ahead.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 127 as amended. Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Keo.
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 130, prohibit the use of urine from any species of the deer family as bait or scent lures.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and good morning, members of the board and folks in the audience and online. Proposal 130, prohibit the use of all deer species, cervidae species, urine in scent lures statewide. It was proposed by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game back in 2020, the last time we were here, and the recommendation is to support. The effect of this proposal would add moose, caribou, and reindeer urine to prohibited scent lures. Deer and elk had previously been prohibited statewide. The supply chain for moose, caribou, and reindeer, well, the supply chain was there, but people weren't collecting it as often as some of the other ones, the deer and elk. And it's important to note, especially since we heard some testimony, public testimony concerning urine as a scent lure, that this has no effect in synthetic scents. And the real gist of this is to prohibit disease transmission, not even give it a doorway into our cervidae species here in the state. Chronic wasting disease is the primary focus. It's 100% fatal. It attacks the central nervous system in North American cervids. It doesn't take any time at all to get online and look, and you can see it in many, many states. And I believe Idaho just recently, within the last few months, detected it in whitetail herds. Yeah, I believe it whitetail herds, and it's having some pretty significant impacts down there. It's chronic wasting disease is an infection prion protein, so it's just part of a protein that gets in and it attacks the brain. It's also called transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, or TSE. And there's a photo there on the top. You can kind of see the outcome for the animals that do contract it. We don't have it here yet. We're very excited about that. Over the years, we've mounted some pretty aggressive surveillance programs, and we still opportunistically sample cervidae species for it, and if we can avoid it, that would be best for all. Evidence of infections of CWD prions have been found in urine that's used for scent lures. Long time accumulation and persistence, meaning animals can hold on to it for a long time. Moose, caribou, reindeer, deer, and elk all can be affected, or infected, I should say. Urine lure is a preventable risk source. Farm cervid movements account for many of the new chronic wasting disease introductions. And you can imagine these animals are generally fenced in. Some of the enclosures are bigger than others, but they're still in fairly close proximity and able to move that disease amongst themselves pretty quickly. Moose urine from Canada and the lower 48 is marketed here in Alaska. CWD is expanding in populations outside the state. I just mentioned in Idaho, a recent announcement was made, again, I believe about white-tailed deers. There's really nothing you can do. You either let them die or you go out and kill them. And that stops it's an attempt to stop the transmission. Manufactured urine scents contain urine from farm cervids. These can often be contaminated by feces, saliva, other infectious diseases could also be in there. As of to date, we don't have a lot of checks and balances on ensuring that it's disease-free before it's used. And then looking at, there are attempts to create CWD-free farming operations where they test the herds, and then they have to continually follow up on that to ensure that they haven't become infected. And again, that's to keep from moving it forward. Lots of surveillance and monitoring, not only by private herd owners, but by the states that have these herds in them. Yeah. Again, Proposal 130, prohibit all use of deer species urine as a scent lure statewide. It was proposed by the department back in 2020, and then it was deferred till the statewide meeting. Of course, we're a little bit late getting to that, but here we are, and our recommendation is to support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions, comments from the board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, what are CWD prions?
Excuse me, through the chair, Member Barrett. So CWD is actually attached to a protein within an animal, and a prion is just a part of a protein, so it's not a fully developed protein molecule. So it's smaller. You know, if you imagine proteins are pretty darn small to begin with, this is just a chunk of it. And it really is easily moved. It's hard to, it can be difficult to detect sometimes, things like that.
I was kind of comparing it maybe to the, and maybe I'm way off base, but with the Amovies, you know, we detected here in Alaska, but it's not the same strain as it is in the lower 48. Is that potentially the same thing we're talking about here with the prion?
No, CWD is pretty standard once we find it. So again, it comes from a virus, and a virus is made up of proteins. CWD is just a portion of the proteins. Whereas Amovi is a virus, but there are multiple, and I get in trouble for using the word strains, and I forget the right term that I'm supposed to use, but those are full proteins that we're working with to detect. The CWD is just part of a protein.
Thank you.
Additional discussion, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out in public comment, Austin Namasak was opposed to this, and some of the reasons he gave makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, it's probably okay from these urines that come from outside of Alaska, but a lot of trappers use these urines in their trap lines. Some of them collected and make it themselves from Alaska. So, and I was just wondering if the department asked me, are reindeer in Alaska, was that ever a sellable product? Like urine from reindeer?
Through the chair, Member Huntington, to be honest with you, I don't know. Certainly, it would make sense. You know, I guess it kind of comes down to how do you want to collect it, from a live reindeer or, you know, one that's been harvested, something like that.
Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up is I remember my dad doing this too, and he taught me some of the ways to do that. And, it would be a bit of a problem. The only time I've ever tried what they're talking about here is one of my friends on the Board of Fish said to try the synthetic stuff, and I tried it. It didn't work all that well up Hog River, but anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions or comments from board members? I'll tell you, I recall hunting in New Mexico not too long ago, and the guide having to remove the spine and the head from the animal before it could leave the state, because it couldn't come back across state lines with the nervous system intact. So because of this very same issue. So go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build a little bit on the record more. So, you know, when I researched that, kind of Googled CWD-free commercial urine, and there's, you know, at least a couple pages of, you know, things on the internet that stated that commercial urine was CWD-free. And a couple sites, you know, a couple states even said that they've had no detection of transmission from commercial urine use of CWD into the wild population. So I don't know if you guys looked into that or addressed that or looked into any other scientific papers. Most deer elk herds are, you know, they're monitored by their state, and, you know, when they have a detection of CWD, and, you know, there's some drastic things that happen out there.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we did, and I agree, you know, that, and that's part of the monitoring and surveillance. I guess what I would offer to the board is why take a chance? You know, if it gets here, it's, you know, we have, think about caribou, you know, big herding animals, you know, moose, yeah, they're a little bit more solitary and things like that. But that's something to consider. Certainly, you know, I think commercial operations in the lower 48 are doing a better job. CWD is not new at this point. You know, if we probably all recall many years ago when it made the headlines, and, you know, that was our first go at starting surveillance here in the state. I would just suggest that, you know, we really don't want this. If we were concerned about a movie, we should be equally concerned about this, if not more.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little more on the record here. So we had pretty much overwhelming support for this proposal. I intend to support it and kind of agree with the department. Why even risk it? It just takes one producer to produce a batch and send it someplace, and next thing you know, you might have it in your own population. So therefore, I'm gonna. And I guess also the way I read this proposal, it wouldn't have any effect, in my opinion, on trappers that use fur bearer glands or fur bearer urine to trap with. I mean, there might be some, but I'm not aware of, nobody I know uses moose, caribou, or that urine for trapping fur bearers, so I'm in support.
Any additional questions, comments? Al? Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of it too. It's a lot like that felt sole proposal we had a few years ago, where the risk is you know, it's a very slight chance that it could happen, but why risk it? So I'm in support of this as well.
Okay, go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to seem like I wasn't in support of this. I am in support of it. It's just, I wanted everyone to be aware that people do use those, some urines for trapping, and it's been around for a long time. It's in their historical, traditional upbringing. I don't want to take that lightly. I will be in support of this because I think that will come here regardless of what we do. At some point, it's going to make it here as the climate warms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 130. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
All right, the proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 131, allow the use of game bird wings and backs to be used for trapping bait.
Second.
Been Been moved and seconded. Natalie or Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to connect with Jason Chamber. He is our waterfowl program leader, and he will be presenting on the next two proposals.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jason Chamber. I'm the coordinator of the Statewide Waterfowl Program in the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Proposal 131 was submitted by a member of the public, and it seeks to allow the meat of game bird wings and backs to be used for trapping bait. The department is neutral on this proposal. 10 advisory committees considered this proposal and all supported the proposal. Under current regulations, a person may not use game as bait except parts of legally taken animals not required for salvage as edible meat. And those taking game must salvage for human consumption all edible meat. Edible meat is defined in the case of small game birds as meat of the breast, except for cranes, geese, and swan, where edible meat is defined as the meat of the breast, back, legs, and thighs, and wings, excluding the metacarpals. I'll note here that this definition was changed by the board yesterday. And salvage means to transport the edible meat as required by regulation of a small game bird to a location where consumed by humans or processed for human consumption to prevent from waste. The department notes that it encourages use of all meat that is edible beyond that required by salvage. Salvage regulations have been applied to all game meat statewide to establish minimum standards of responsible use of game animals. The current definition of edible meat for cranes, geese, and swans was expanded by the board in 2017 to include the back and wings, which is more in line with the federal subsistence regulations for edible meat that includes meat of the breast, back, thighs, legs, and wings, as well as the gizzard and heart. If this proposal is adopted, it would allow meat of migratory game bird parts not required to be salvaged as edible meat to be used for human uses like trapping bait. Adoption would require a change to the edible meat definition for cranes, geese, and swans, and this was the case yesterday morning with Proposal 231. The adopted definition for cranes, geese, and swans defines edible meat as meat of the breast, legs, and upper wing, and now excludes the meat of the back and lower wings. So these would be allowed as trapping bait. Proposal 131 is a public proposal and seeks to allow the meat of game bird wings and backs to be used for trapping bait, and the department is neutral on this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question. Didn't we address this already? So we've changed it to human use, so it is allowed now? So we take no action on this, or?
Ryan, would you, and Natalie?
Good morning, everyone. Natalie Weber with Wildlife Conservation for the record. And it's very possible that you did cover all of these things. However, new day, new proposals, it's not a bad idea just to walk through them anyway. So I believe Mr. Chamber covered the changes that were made yesterday, and the board now has the opportunity to make additional changes if you want to, or agree with them and keep moving.
Any additional comments? So it's my understanding, talking to Ms. Weber this morning, that it's pretty clear what we did yesterday. This makes it very clear that the purpose is for trapping. And, you know, we changed it to human consumption or human use yesterday, but we want to make sure that we just cover this. The next proposal is very similar, and we'll probably take no action on it as depending on how this one comes out. This one, go ahead.
Thank you. So, okay, so, yeah, just for the record, I'm in support of this proposal. I think everything has its use. It's not saying that people can't salvage for the meat on those wings and still utilize what's left, but there was a lot of comments basically saying that there was other uses besides trapping bait that was pretty historic use and for the natives in the rural areas and stuff, so I'm going to support this proposal.
Any additional questions, concerns? Al? Or Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to support this as well. You know, we had a really good discussion about this yesterday. I think we worked all the way through it. It's kind of the same thing.
Okay. If no other comments?
Call the question.
Ready for, go ahead, Jake.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 131. Mr. Keough.
Yes.
Mr. Huntington. Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
And Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 132 due to the action taken on 131.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there objection? No? We'll take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 133, add bow and arrow is a legal method for taking beaver.
Second.
The proposal's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 133 was submitted by a member of the public, and it's to allow the harvest of beaver by bow and arrow as a legal method of take under a trapping license, and the department is neutral on the proposal. A little bit of background for you. Beaver may be taken by bow and arrow in units 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 19, 20A, 20C, 20E, 20F, 21, 24, and 25 throughout the entire trapping season. Those units you see listed in red were just added at the January meeting in Wasilla, which is why they're highlighted here for you. Although it's important to note that the take of beaver with bow and arrow was allowed in Unit 17 for some of the trapping season, and now it is now allowed during the entire trapping season. And also, beaver may be taken by bow and arrow in all open hunting seasons, so this is already legal under hunting as well. So some more information for you. There is a salvage requirement for beaver regardless of method of take or when, if it's taken under hunting or trapping, and that includes either the hide or the meat. Also, there's a sealing requirement for beaver taken during the open trapping season, and that's within 30 days of the close of the season in the units you see on the screen, 1 through 11, 13 through 15, and Unit 17. So again, this proposal came from the public. It's to allow the harvest of beaver by bow and arrow as a legal method of take under a trapping license, and it's already allowed in much of the state. So this would just add this as a legal method to those remaining units that it's not quite legal in yet. And with that, the department's neutral, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, I have a question. This is for Ryan, and has to do with, is there, in any of the units which we would now be opening for using a bow and arrow, is there any environmental or sociological issue that prevents people from using a bow and arrow that makes it different than the other units for which we've already authorized it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My mind immediately goes to different communities and how this would be perceived. But in many of those, hunting and trapping are regulated. The municipals can't manage hunting and trapping, but they can manage for public safety type stuff. So I would think that that would capture the majority of these. There are units that we do not allow firearm harvest. There's actually lots of them. So this would be a little bit of a departure, but I don't anticipate anything overly concerning, but okay. Yep, Natalie didn't have anything to add, so I guess I did okay.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of units added to this over time. Generally, I like to keep trapping and hunting separate. And fortunately for the interior north of the Alaska Range, the trapping season for beavers is very limited to when you're going to be able to use a bow and arrow anyways. But the beaver is also classified as a fur animal, so it could have been always done underneath a hunting license instead of a trapping license. So I'll support this just because we got a tremendous amount of units that you're already allowed to do it in. But I just like to see in the future that we separate trapping from hunting opportunities.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I think we heard testimony at another one that, the value of furs has fallen dramatically in many places, and people actually harvest beaver for food, and even during the trapping season. So it's an unfortunate circumstance, but it's real. So any additional comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just note that those at least 5 advisory committees were in favor, and there was one opposed, and some of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 133. Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Keo.
Yes.
Proposal 133 carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 100, remove the requirement that traps and snares for beaver be submerged.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 100 was a public proposal. It was submitted for the January 2022 Central and Southwest Region meeting, and it was deferred to this meeting to allow the board to discuss a definition of submerged, and the department is neutral on this proposal. Some background for you. The original proposal asked to remove the restriction in Unit 16 that required traps to be submerged from September 24th to November 9th, and the discussion was about fluctuating water levels. The board deferred the proposal to address a statewide definition of submerged. So, submerged appears only once in codified. It's found in 92-550 areas closed to trapping. In Unit 1C in the Juneau area, there's a strip of land within a quarter of a mile of some trails that says traps that are completely submerged and traps with an inside jaw spread of 5 inches or less, which are set at least 5 feet above the ground in snow, are allowed if set more than 50 yards from the trail. So that's the one place in the codified regulations where the word submerged is found. So the rest of this comes with an apology. Submerged appears 4 times in the trapping regulations. It appears once here in Unit 1C in the Juneau area, which is what we just discussed in codified. And this is where it needs to stay because, as I mentioned earlier, the word submerged is in those codified regulations for that area, and those regulations are not on the call for this meeting. So the meeting is not noticed to change that part at all. Next, page 26 for Units 7 and 15. In Units 7 and 15, from October 15th to November 9th, and from April 1st to April 30th, you may take beaver only with submerged traps or snares. And again, on page 31, for Units 11, 13, and 16, from September 15th to November 9th, traps and snares must be submerged. Keep going, page 36, Units 20D and a portion of 20B. In Units 20D and the remainder of 20B, from September 25th to October 31st, and from April 16th to May 31st, you may take beaver only with submerged traps or snares. Now, in contrary, the word underwater is found twice in codified regulations, both in 92095, which is unlawful methods of taking fur bearers. And that says taking beavers in Units 11, 13, and 16 from September 25th through November 9th, in the remainder of Unit 20B and in 20D from September 25th through October 31st, and from April 16th to May 31st, and in Units 7 and 15 from October 15th through November 9th, and from April 1st through April 30th, except with underwater traps or snares. And then it goes on further to say, for the purposes of this section, underwater means the trap or snare must be placed below the water line, and the restraining portion of the trap or snare must be in the water. So, the board does have some options. What would you like to do with this regulation? Option A is nothing, pretty self-explanatory. Option B, and while this isn't something you can do at this meeting, when you get to Ketchikan, you can address the use of the word submerged by saying submerged and underwater mean the same thing. Or option C, you can change the definition of underwater to mean something else. However, this will not clear up any potential confusion that comes from the Juneau area. However, it's also extremely important to note that the original proposal was not submitted to address anything in the Juneau area, and that there are not currently any known issues with the use of that word in that location. I'd also like the board to, remind the board that any changes to the regulation or that area are not properly noticed for this meeting, so you can't make those changes here anyway. And while you ponder exactly what you plan to do with this, I will point out that we will be changing the word submerged to underwater on pages 26, 31, and 36 in the trapping regulations. And why we didn't do that sooner, I don't know, but I do sincerely apologize for it. So, And with that, again, the proposal was submitted by a member of the public. It was to address the use of the word submerged when it came to trapping in Unit 16, and it was deferred here to allow the board to discuss a definition of submerged. And I'll bring you right back to the existing definition of the word underwater. And I'd also like to point out that we did hear from AWT and Wasilla that they do exercise an awful lot of discretion when it comes to fluctuating water levels and setting traps. So again, the department is neutral on the proposal and is happy to answer any questions you have.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is what I remember the board doing several years ago, and yet we still ended up with the submerged in the book there. My only question for you, Natalie, would be, when it says underwater means the trap or snare must be placed below water line, is that just another way to say submerged?
Through the chair, that's a very good question for the board to discuss.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we changed below water line to in the water, would that clean it up as far as not requiring the trap to be below water line or submerged?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to redirect that question to enforcement. That's a good question for what they would look at when they're in the field encountering these. I understand the line of questioning, however, I'd like to hear from them.
Through the chair to Mr. Keough, can you repeat your question?
So I guess, what would public safety do with the definition of, for the purpose of this section, underwater means the trap or snare must be placed in the water instead of below the water line? What would your interpretation be of in the water?
Our interpretation of in the water would be that the trap would be under the surface of the water.
Okay, so how do we get the terminology to not require the trap to be completely under the water? I mean, and basically, I'm not talking necessarily foot traps, I'm talking conibears. In the fall, on the early beaver season, the water levels fluctuate. We typically start with high water in the fall, and then as you get the colder nights, the water levels start dropping. So something that was completely submerged, next day could be sticking out, the top of the conibear could be sticking 3-4 inches out of the water, and technically, by interpretation, it would be illegal set at that point. We're trying to get away from, or at least my intent is to try and get away from that so that a partially exposed conibear is not in violation of the intent.
I mean, I get in my experience, if I saw something like that, what I would take into account is whether or not like the trigger would be something that, I mean, the intention of this is so that like dogs and things aren't getting caught in the fall when they're running around. So if they're not going to be able to set that off without going into the water, I mean, I would maybe talk to the trapper, but I wouldn't be issuing citations for something like that. I mean, I see triggers that are, if you have your trigger underwater or you're talking about conibears, so there's not going to be a pan or anything that would still be underwater. But, the top of the conibear could be poking out, and I would still think that would be fine.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess where I'm trying to get this language to is that it's cut and dried, not interpretation, because what you interpret to what you might write a citation and what another trooper might interpret to write a citation, I just don't want any gray area. I want the trapper to know what is legal and what's not. And when the board made this change several years ago, in my opinion, and Member Hoffman might be able to address this, their intent at that time was not to have, the conibear could be sticking out of the water. It was never their intent to have it completely under the water line. And I'm just trying to figure out the wording or the language to accommodate that.
Okay, other questions? I was just going to comment that if I read this, just as a person who's not not trapping, and it says that the trap has to be placed below the water line, and the water line changes, you place that trap below the water line. Placed is a word that means when you placed it, not when. And I don't know that the department reads it that way or others read it that way, but that's what I think a normal person reading this would read is that the trap was placed below the water line when you trapper put it in, not that the trap remained below the water line at all times. So I think this language works really well if you read it as the language is written in Webster's dictionary. But go ahead, Orville.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, yeah, thank you. I was looking at the options on this proposal. It seems it's okay to discuss this here. I would prefer the department's no action. This needs to go to Unit 16 when it comes up in cycle and deal with it there. I don't feel like it had to go to statewide. This is a good proposal, but it needs to be addressed by that region and like they did in Juneau and other places. Because if that's unique to that place, then they're entitled to have a regulation on the books that makes it legal for them to set that set they've always had there. I don't think every set has to be underwater. I just don't feel that, that's what we're trying to do sometimes. We're just trying to help people make their activities legal. And it's good to discuss this here when we have a statewide audience. I'm not hearing a lot of feedback, but I would prefer not to take action on this proposal here, but I do feel the board should take action when Unit 16 comes up and deal with that particular region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Orville. Any additional discussion? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one reason that I moved to move this proposal to a statewide meeting was the fact that the board keeps liberalizing and creating early beaver seasons throughout the state, early and late beaver seasons. And this submerged deal or in-water deal is, again, it's open to interpretation. And like I said, when the board adopted the in-water definition, or underwater definition, it was simply their intent at that time to make it, that the trap had to be placed in the water. Did not mean that it had to be under the water. So, or completely underwater, it just had to be, basically the deal was that for the early beaver season, they didn't want dry land sets. They didn't want somebody setting conibears on dry lands, on runs or whatever, or on top of beaver dams, or they wanted to make sure the trap was placed somewhere in the water. And I think it is appropriate to be here since there are so many early season beaver seasons around the state. If we want to exclude Ketchikan because there was a special issue with their beaver trapping down there, we could exclude that from this one here. But I think it's important that we come up with one that's, or the board come up with something that's clear and concise, and public safety understands what the board's intent is.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like your creativeness of defining words in the codified like placed. That's why that's why I gotta take my lawyer trapping with me. But I do feel there's a need to have a definition of submerged. I was sitting here thinking on what the discussion has been and what happens in, especially in tidal plains. But we have the difference between fall and spring up here ourselves as the waters rise and drop. Maybe we could consider that something like 80 or 90% of the trap has to be in the water. And that allows for, if the water drops a little bit, that the top of a conibear would be exposed. And that's probably the most common violation. And I've set footholds in the water, and I've not rarely ever seen them come up dry, with a normal check period. But I have used conibears for beavers, and, occasionally at the top of a conibear or body grip trap would get exposed after a normal check period. So I'll maybe throw that out there for a little discussion.
Additional discussion? A question for the troopers. Sergeant How often have people been cited for not having their beaver trap submerged?
Mr. Chair, I can look that up, but I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know.
I'm just wondering if it's generally a problem, as you said, you use your discretion when you're looking at changing water levels. So,
In my experience, the people that are cited for this violation, they set them out of the water during that time period.
okay, so that's kind of what I suspected, but thank you. Orville?
Yeah, I think I would support that if Al made that in the form of a motion, that probably 80%, or we could adjust that figure to whatever Lynn thinks, and I would be supportive of that, if that's the road you guys want to go down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Al.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend this proposal on the definition of submerged, that a trap may be placed in the water or under the water.
So you're looking at the submerged definition or the underwater definition? Make sure that we,
I need a minute to think about this, Mr. Chairman, to get the words right.
okay, go ahead, we'll hold at ease for a minute. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe I'll help Member Barrett out here. So for the purpose of this section, underwater means trap or snare must be placed below water line. Trap or snare must be, or a body grip style trap must be placed at least 50% in the water.
Al? Okay,
Good deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Underwater submerged means that the trap or the snare must be placed at least 50% below the water line.
okay, does that work?
That'd be my amendment.
Second.
We have an amendment that's been moved and seconded, and Natalie, can you figure out where you're putting that in the codified?
Mr. Chair, I believe what I heard was underwater means the trap or snare must be placed at least 50% below the water line. Is that everything? And would the remaining existing definition of underwater go away? So that the new definition of underwater would mean, for the purposes of this section, underwater means the trap or snare must be placed at least 50% below the water line, period.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To answer Natalie's question, I would add, the restraining portion of the trap or snare must be in the water. There's a purpose for that. And so that's important to have that language still in there.
Okay. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify this, so if someone sets this trap and abides by those rules and the water drops, he's still legal?
I think do you intend for it to still be legal?
No, that's why I'm asking.
How would that be interpreted, Lynn?
Well, we'd have to ask public safety on interpretations, but, so it's pretty typical in the fall, especially with foot traps and stuff, they would actually be complete, when they set the trap, be completely submerged. It would just cover them if the water dropped, that they would still be okay even if the trap was 50% out of the water. It's fairly common even on the conibears that you're only gonna leave the top of the conibear just an inch or two out of the water. So it's just allowing for some fluctuation to still keep the set legal.
Okay, James.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm having a hard time with this percentage thing. I want to support this overall proposal because I think we're trying to help support folks conduct their activities legally and also help the wildlife troopers not have to make a discretionary decision when the water drops on a trap. But when we start adding percentages to the size of it, or to a trap being underwater, I think that actually complicates things for the troopers more and an individual. I, for one, am not a trapper, and I'm not really familiar with these traps, but I can't imagine someone measuring a trap with a tape measure and saying, oh my gosh, it was 3 inches above water, and then now it's, 9 inches out of the water or whatever. And so that they realize, oh my gosh, I'm beyond the 50% mark here. I don't think we're doing anybody any favors by adding a percentage to this definition is all. But I want to be supportive of somehow making this this proposal pass for the users.
And I would add to what James said is that currently, according to the trooper, they're citing people. They're not citing people who originally placed their traps in the water. They're citing people, and the water level changed. They're citing people only when they were originally placed outside the water, as a general rule. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, just for discussion purposes, would you be more comfortable with, for the purpose of this section, underwater means a portion of the trap or snare must be placed below water? Underwater means that a portion of the trap or snare must be placed in the water, and the restraining portion of the trap or snare must be in the water.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just for the purpose of the amendment that we're currently talking about right now, I'm not in favor of adding a percentage to it. If we want to vote on the percentage amendment first and then go back to it and then submit a re-amendment, that's fine, but.
Go ahead, Al.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of good discussion here. I would be in favor of the amendment and could support it. I'm pretty in tune with the trapping community in the interior, and even with the sergeant here. We don't. It doesn't seem like we have a whole lot of issue in the interior with submerged. We have a little short fall season that we can do some beaver trapping out of water. In fact, when that first came out, I had to go look it up and learn how to trap in water, and not through 4 feet of ice. And then in the springtime, there's a little opportunity too. But overall, I don't think there's a huge effort on either season in the interior. And I haven't heard of very many, if anybody, been ever cited for a trap not sitting on dry land or just submerged and partially submerged. So I could support the amendment still.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I concur with Member Brett. I can still support this proposal. I think I know the troopers are going to, they say they use discretion. Well, I think this is clearer for them. What the board's intent here is that the trap was not intended to be under the water. If they show up to something where they're interpreting it's supposed to be under the water completely, and it's sticking half out, they can use discretion and say, oh, no, he didn't intend to do this, but that still could be a violation. So anyways, I can support this proposal, this amendment to the proposal.
Go ahead, Orville.
I was struggling to get any discussion going. That's why I thought it would be good to have an amendment, but actually now I'm not in favor of the amendment. I just feel like we're adding more confusion when there's not a problem. There's a perceived problem. But I want everything to be legal, but we could still get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like your definition, when you started talking about placed, it makes a ton of sense. Do you think we could throw some in there that says, and remain partially submerged? I don't know, would that close a loophole and something?
I'm not going to support the amendment or the proposal at this time because I don't think that we're solving a real problem that we can solve at this meeting with a statewide definitional change. And I think, as Orville said, we could look at things on a more local basis if there's an issue. And, so that's where I'm at on this. I think that definition for underwater is actually pretty good the way it's written. So go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with all this good discussion, I think the board and the members of the board have shown real intent of what the regulation is understanding, and that, Captain DeGraff can, bring it to headquarters and, relay what we've all discussed and what we all believe the intent of this current regulation is. I think that, and then there, like Member Orville said, we don't really have an issue. We just needed good intent language for the troopers to understand why we believe the current regulation is effective.
Okay. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to a certain extent I can agree, because I actually believe that we've gained some ground here because we've gotten rid of the word submerged, which is what was in the regulation book, which everybody was going off of, and got back to the term underwater. And again, Natalie can maybe help out a little bit on that. Like I said, I was at the meeting when the board created that, and I just remember that it was their intent that the trap did not have to be completely under the water at that time. So as long as that can get conveyed to public safety, I think we might have accomplished here.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Member Keough, I was there as well, and the board did, the definition and the discussion progressed much the same way. It went from submerged to underwater to address the need of fluctuating water levels and the fact that those traps realistically cannot be underwater at all times. So that's where that conversation went then. Again, I don't know why we didn't change it. I really wish we had. We will do that before we print again, so.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to withdraw my amendment, concurrence with the second.
Second concurs.
Okay. Could have a motion to take no action on this proposal, if you wish.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 100.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take no action as a result of our discussion. So with unanimous consent, we'll take no action on proposal 100.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 234, allow the use of stationary game cameras that transmit photos wirelessly.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you. Proposal 234 was submitted by a member of the public, and it's to allow the use of stationary game cameras that can transmit photos wirelessly in one of two ways, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Some current regulations for you. The following methods and means of taking game are prohibited with the aid of any camera or other sensory device that can send messages through wireless communication. And wireless communication to take a specific animal by a person until 3 a.m. following the day after the use of the device. And there are two exceptions to that. One is 20D bison hunts, and the other is targeted moose hunts. And actually, while we're there, H covers game cameras that can transmit photos wirelessly at bait stations. So they are not allowed to be used to aid in the take of game, period. And then I covers the person texting or emailing a picture to another person. If a person's driving down the road, sees an animal, and texts a picture to a hunter, the hunter cannot attempt to go take that same animal until after 3 a.m. following the day which that device was used. So there are some options presented in the proposal for you. And option A would change the regulation to any camera or other sensory device that can send messages through wireless communication, except stationary sensory cameras capable of sending messages, photos, or videos through wireless communication may be used if placed within 100 feet of a bear bait station. And so option A in the proposal asks for those exact trail cameras that led to the changes in 2017 to be legal again. It does specify they would only be able to be used if placed within 100 feet of a bear bait station, though. And something to think about as you consider this proposal, while it might sound nitpicky, the board may want to discuss if this is to be allowed for the purposes of harvesting bears only during that open bear baiting season, as it seems, or if it would also allow the person to take other game during that same time frame or throughout the year. So there will be some additional questions for you if you go that route, just to clarify. And then option B, again, these are the current regulations for you to look at. Option B would actually remove H entirely. And it deletes H and changes I by bringing all wireless communication into alignment and treating it very similar to same-day airborne regulations. And so that change would be wireless communication, including audible, text, photo, or video sent to or from a wireless transmitting device to take a specific animal by a person until 3 a.m. following the day after the use of that device. It would leave those existing exceptions alone. So again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public to allow the use of stationary game cameras in one of two ways. And the department is neutral on the proposal and does appreciate the options provided by the proponent. It's very much a methods and means issue, and while it's possible more animals may be harvested if it were allowed, it's not possible to know how many more, and because there are already seasons and bag limits in place to prevent overharvest, the department wouldn't have any concerns if this were adopted. So it'd just be nice to clear up some of the questions about technology for our hunters, and with that, we are happy to take any questions you have.
Questions from board members? Comments, concerns? I have a question, Natalie. I'm sure that the department has researched what other states do, and so how this is handled in other states.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's a mix, as you can imagine, and prior to 2017, this was actually legal here in Alaska. So it's just very much up to the board what you would like to allow. If you'd like to allow these cameras that can transmit photos, or if you want to possibly allow them to be used similar to the option B that the proponent suggested. So you've got a mix and a lot of options available to you.
Members, go ahead, Orville.
So these cameras that can be out there used without wireless devices right now?
Through the chair, yes, game cameras are legal to be used, yes. The technology has improved to the point where there are a lot of cameras that have the capabilities of sending photos wirelessly, which would alert a hunter if there was an animal present, and that's the part that's currently not legal.
I'm glad they're legal because I have one, and I've been using it for several years, but I've never actually taken an animal as a result of a picture that's on it. But go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, well, I guess the problem I have with it is I've seen a lot of it on social media where they're actually using them, and I notice a few days later they get lucky, so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not for this at all. I'm not going to support it, and I think it takes from the spirit of hunting, and if you have to watch TV, I don't like it at all, so.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have to agree on the wireless deal. Somebody put a comment or made a comment about with the cellular cameras that send pictures, and I own a couple that I leave at my cabin just kind of for security cameras. But anyways, somebody could actually be sitting in their motorhome a mile from their bait station, waiting for pictures to come through. Picture, oh no, I'm not interested in that bear. Another bear, oh yep, and then they walk in there and shoot the bear. I think that just violates the whole spirit of hunting. Even if we went to the 3 a.m., I just think it becomes a enforcement issue at that point, how to prove that they didn't get the picture and go right in. So I kind of agree with Member Hoffman. I'm not going to support this.
Any additional board member comments? Go ahead, Eddie.
Just a slight update. A lot of states are looking at this right now, and several states have already banned them. And in fact, I think, if I remember correctly, you might not be able to use your cameras in Arizona, Mr. Chairman.
No, we can't. It is definitely illegal when we're there. So I think that's, I'm online I'm very much in favor of keeping them completely banned. There's too many ways that wireless technology can broadcast to more than one person. And so, go ahead, Orville.
I believe the trappers were in favor of this. Not sure if Al knows anything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think we have a second, another proposal that is specific to trapping. Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So remember Huntington, yeah, I saw that same thing. I actually think the trappers might have made a slight mistake there and put their support on the wrong proposal. The next one's 134 and involves trapping. Thank you.
Any additional board discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 234. Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 134, allow the use of cameras or sensory devices to monitor trap locations for trapping.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 134 was submitted by a member of the public, and it asked to allow the use of cameras that can transmit messages through wireless communication for the take of fur bearers in traps, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Very similar information that you just heard, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on it. You have the existing regulations in front of you again. It prevents the take of game camera, or the use of cameras for game and for texting until after 3 a.m. the next day. Those kinds of things, again, were made in 2017, and the board just left them alone as is. So the proposed change for this one is to H, and it would say, any camera or other sensory device that can send messages through wireless communication unless the device is specifically used on trap locations for the take of fur bearers which are actively in a trap. And this would, again, allow wireless cameras to transmit photos to trappers, which would allow a trapper to respond to their traps more quickly, which could be useful in a number of ways, as mentioned by the proponent. So again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public to allow the use of cameras that can transmit messages through wireless communication for the take of fur bearers in traps. And the department is neutral on the proposal and has no concerns if it were to be passed.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. I'd be curious to hear the board talk about if there's a difference, clear difference between this proposal and the previous proposal just regarding traps. What's the difference? Is there a unique, nuance to this?
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just say that it's, you're not looking to take anything, it's already been taken. It's not, there's not gonna be any advantage to the trapper. If he's got a camera that's on a set and an animal walks by the set, oh, didn't get him. It's not like you're gonna rush out there and get him. But if you do get a picture and there's an animal in the set, yeah, you're a more timely manner to go back and, I use a ton of cameras on my trail, not cellular cameras. And I use them both to get some kind of cool pictures of the fur bearers, but I also use it as kind of security too, to know who's on the trail in case something happened out there, something came up missing or was disturbed. So, it would definitely help with those kind of situations too, that you know that somebody was at your set and disturbed it, and you get pictures of who it is. I look at this differently. Trap is not necessarily a fair chase endeavor. You're there to harvest fur bearers, plain and simple. But I'm not going to follow my sword for this proposal, but I could see where they're going with it, and I could go either way on this thing.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Member Keough, I'm trying to get there as well, but with what you just argued there, I think it's the same thing on the last one, that yes, while you could get photos sent to you of an animal that's in the trap, and then you would know to go out there, but you're also going to know what other animals are in the area all of a sudden. And if you're, like you said, 100 feet in your camper or whatever, your RV, waiting to get out there, if you're very close and get a notification that there's an animal there, you can, I know it's not legal, but you can go all of a sudden. So that would be my concern for wanting to do this as well.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually, that's an excellent point. I hadn't considered that. So guess I'll give you a prime example of what you're talking about. So I'm up at my cabin, I've got trails or cameras, wireless cameras out there, and a group of wolves is running down the trail. You're right, you guy could hop on a snow machine and benefit from it. So, for that matter, I'm probably gonna oppose this proposal.
Okay, so go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was curious on wildlife protection's comments. Their very first comment said that we think this could create enforceability issues because currently wireless game cameras are not allowed to be used in hunting. And so does that mean you can't have them out during the hunting season, or can you have wireless cameras out prior to hunting season?
Well, on its face, Al, you couldn't hunt if you had your wireless cameras out.
Well, it was the comments they had for 134. I was just curious on that. I mean, I cruise social media. I see people pre-scouting, moose and bears and caribou things, and, they got pictures of.
Yeah, I was curious as to how often trapping and hunting season for big game overlap. And, clearly there's winter moose seasons, et cetera, where, and some of our trappers do take a few winter moose, I think, occasionally. I don't think it's unknown. And if you were using the wire camera for like the pack of wolves or, the antlerless moose that happen to be wandering around, now you know it's there. Okay. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Direct to the proposal, I'm probably going to oppose it. Though I think the analogies or the suggestions that somebody's sitting in their cabin or sitting in their Winnebago waiting for some animal to step in their trap, they could be waiting there a long time. Things usually on a normal business trap line don't happen that fast. And that's why we have check periods like we do. And I don't think it would ever be abused during the trapping season. I think, it's just the people that have the ability to get wireless communication where they're trapping, which is not very common up here in the interior. They might get some exciting photos. I've kind of always wanted to see how wolves, act at a big gang set or, a snare set or bait set. So, it's an interesting thing, but, I think I'll oppose it.
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, for sure. And remember, Brett, you still can, you just can't do it wireless, just game cameras with an SD card in them. So, the option, there's still options for guys to use game cameras, just not wire, ones that are going to transmit pictures.
Yeah, and I would comment that most trappers couldn't benefit from this because there's not going to be a available wireless signal where they're trapping in Alaska at this point. So, even though I like the idea, I think it could be a very useful tool. It might be more humane even, but I'm going to oppose the proposal also for the reasons that have been given. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Sorry, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 134. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 235, allow the use of artificial light while hunting small game animals that have no closed season and no bag limit.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Are you ready to go here? Ryan?
Actually, no. Mr. Chairman, we're going to have Cameron Carroll,
Okay.
small game biologist, present this proposal.
Yeah, sorry about the delay there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through just fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Cameron Carroll, wildlife biologist with the Small Game Program with the Department of Fish and Game, and a copy of this presentation is available under RC tab 6. Proposal 235 is to allow the use of artificial light to hunt small game species that have no closed season and no bag limit. The department recommendation is neutral, and this is a public proposal. Current regulations prohibit the use of artificial light while hunting small game. Artificial light is allowed for the tracking and dispatching of wounded game as long as the hunter is not on or in a motorized vehicle. Artificial light is allowed for a resident black bear hunter under customary and traditional use activities at a den site in select units during specific dates. And artificial light is also allowed under a trapping license during open fur bear seasons in units 7 and 9 through 26. This proposed regulatory change would not apply to grouse or ptarmigan as there are no GMUs with no closed seasons and no bag limits for any of the grouse or ptarmigan species in the state. And with recent regulatory changes to adopt season dates and bag limits for Alaska hare in units that encompass the species' known range, Fish and Game has no biological or conservation concern in regards to Alaska hare if this proposal was adopted. Therefore, this proposal largely applies to the take of snowshoe hares with the aid of artificial light. Currently, there are 20 units that have no closed season or no bag limit for snowshoe hares. These units are highlighted in blue here. If Proposal 235 becomes regulation, the take of snowshoe hares with the aid of artificial light would be allowed in all units highlighted in blue. In units 14A and 14C and Southeast Alaska units, highlighted in orange here, these units have season dates and bag limits, so the take of snowshoe hares with artificial light would not be allowed. So again, Proposal 235 is to allow the use of artificial light to hunt small game species that have no season, no bag limit. The department is neutral. This is a public proposal. And again, I want to state that Fish and Game staff have no biological or conservation concerns regarding the use of artificial light to aid in the take of snowshoe hares or Alaska hares in units with no closed seasons and no bag limits. And I just want to note that the Fairbanks AC was in support and the Anchorage and Matsu Valley ACs were opposed to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member questions, comments, intent? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, is artificial light, is that defined in code?
Through the chair, no, artificial light is not defined, so it's whatever the conventional definition is.
Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be in favor of this proposal. It doesn't add anything that I can see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake.
Thanks. I'm going to kind of echo, remember Huntington over there, you know, it's, doesn't add anything. Hunting's kind of a dangerous activity, and to add, you know, night along with it, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense.
Any additional board member comments? You know, this could be an effective way to hunt if you were doing it. I recall as a teenager hunting skunks for fur at night with a light, but I can't imagine hunting rabbits. Any additional questions or comments? Not? Question?
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 235. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
We're going to take a break now at this time and come back in a few minutes. Thank you. Meeting back to order. Go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 135, repeal the restriction on the use of aircraft for locating Dall sheep for hunting.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have Assistant Director Tony Cavalock present on the next several proposals for us. And he's front and center on the screen.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your service. Glad to be here today. Just for the record, I'm Assistant Director Tony Cavalock. I'm based in Palmer. I work alongside Ryan with the rest of the headquarters staff running the division. At this time, I'm going to address proposals 135 through 139, and for reference, those can be found in RC 5 tab 6.
Okay.
Initially, a little background here before we start into these proposals. Proposal 207, which many of you have heard about, came about in approximately 2015. It was a result in the creation of AAC 92085, Section 8. And this came about due to increased interest and discussion with sheep hunters and others interested in the Dall sheep issues of the day, some of which have carried on through today. Possible restrictions on the use of aircraft was one of the many subjects that was discussed during that time period regarding sheep. And this was discussed and talked about among the hunting community between 2013, 2015, and ultimately resulted in board decisions that we are at today. Anyway, the effect of this proposal, 135, is to restrict the use of aircraft, to repeal the restriction on the use of aircraft for spotting sheep as defined in 92085, Section 8. And again, this is a product of the board-generated proposal 207 from 2015. The department's neutral on this. There are no biological concerns. It's a decision was made by the board through that process at that time. A little more background. This proposal addresses the restriction that has been in place since that time. And again, this has been discussed several times, but the intent of the proposer, again, this is a backing up the Fairbanks AC proposal, is to rescind this regulation. And currently, the regulation that does restrict the use of aircraft for spotting sheep during the sheep season allows for hunters to use aircraft to maintain camps and transport hunters and salvage sheep. They're just not allowed to actively search for sheep during the current general sheep season, which is August 10th to September 20th. And again, this proposal doesn't create or address any biological concerns. So, and to reiterate, this is a proposal from the Fairbanks AC. It's to rescind 92085, Section 8, restricting the use of aircraft for spotting Dall sheep. And the department's neutral. And again, we do not identify or see any biological concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, are proposals 135, 136, and 137 identical in their effect?
Yes, they are.
We currently have proposal 135 before us. So questions comments from the board members. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard there are a lot of biological concerns with sheep right now, and I don't agree with the department's assessment with that part. But I don't think the bearing on this is whether or not we allow these planes. And I really don't know if those sheep can handle that right now. So I'm probably not going to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of comments, and a lot of people that spend a lot of time out in the field or in the mountains said that there's been a lot of reduced air traffic during the hunting season, which, I believe them. I'm just wondering if there's less effort going on because of low sheep numbers and the whole COVID thing that was going on that what might reflect why there's some less traffic out there.
Yeah, for the department, do you believe that there's been enough significant decrease in effort on sheep as a result of this, or as a result of other factors here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there's probably several factors at play. We have heard as much that there's less air traffic. I don't know that there's a significant reduction in the number of hunters. It appears that interest in sheep hunting is as strong as it's ever been. We have seen a reduction in harvest in the last few years, and we think that's a product of these other issues that was alluded to earlier regarding declining or depressed sheep populations that we have at this time. So, but we have heard from the public that there's less air traffic during the sheep season, the active sheep season. That's it seems to be a statewide observation for many folks. Thank you.
James, do you have any comments, intent on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a really difficult one for me to, if I put the resource first, I try and think about the sheep situation that we've got in the state right now, and as Member Huntington's alluded to, that, it just seems like they are depressed. It seems like harvest rates are down. Not sure why, but at a time like this, regardless, it seems like it would be the wrong decision to repeal something that would increase hunter opportunity to harvest sheep from spotting them with an aircraft. But I'm open to continue to listen and see what everybody else says.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thanks. Tony, so maybe it's just anecdotal information that you and the department may hear through, or maybe even AWT, but has there been an increase in air traffic prior to the sheep season? Has anybody said anything or noted, off-season that there's more traffic in the mountains?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I'm not aware of any, and I have not heard of any. That being said, I'm not actively sealing sheep as I was when I was an area biologist, so I'm probably not the one to ask that question. Maybe Ryan or someone else has heard otherwise, but I have not heard of any such increase in traffic. No idea whether or not that's occurring or not. So,
Ryan, you have any comments?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I haven't heard that either.
Oh, additional board discussion. Jake, you have any comments on this?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've been a guide for a while, and I'm really blessed to be in the mountains for a good part of it. And I'm a sheep hunter before and after, these restrictions on flying. And, my kind of thinking is that before this, you use that super cub as a tool to help you harvest an animal. It aids you in being able to harvest a big sheep. The thing I'm kind of thinking about now, though, is what Member Huntington talked about, and we're at a part where sheep, statewide are kind of in a lull. So it's kind of playing in a little bit to my decision making, but I'm really enjoying what people are talking about here and conversing about.
Stosh, you were one of the people on the board when 207 was passed.
That is correct, and there's a lot of hours put into getting this the way it is now. We used to have a lot of sheep proposals, and since the passage of this, it seems a lot of those sheep proposals has dropped substantially. I don't know if that was necessarily because of this, but it's something that I noticed. And the other thing I noticed is this was a very contentious issue at the time. We had sheep working groups. We had meetings long after the meeting ended. I forgot what we call those, a community town hall meetings. But many of the people that were against this in the beginning, guides especially, came to me later, even recently, and said, you know what? I was adamantly against that, and I think it's working. So with that being said, I think we should stick to it, especially since the sheep are definitely can't sustain the extra stress now. So I'm not in favor of repealing this.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hear AWT's thoughts. They got comments on this. They're quite lengthy, and they say a lot of important things in there.
Sergeant Valentine, nice to put you on the spot today since your boss isn't available.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to read our comments, if that's all right, because they are quite lengthy, and there's some historical perspective to what we had commented in the past.
Okay, thank you.
So overall, AWT is neutral. In 2017, AWT submitted this comment during the statewide meeting when an attempt was made to change this regulation. The board should avoid creating regulations that are extremely difficult to enforce. While some in the public will choose to follow these regulations, others that choose to not follow the regulations will not be held accountable. This creates a scenario where law-abiding citizens are held to a different standard than lawbreakers. The long-term outcome will be that the regulation will be ineffective. The Alaska Wildlife Troopers ask the board to carefully review the benefit of the current regulation and compare that with enforceability. Now on to our newer comments. Since then, AWT has made some observations about this regulation. While it may have initially been created to take the ease out of spot and land and camp one-night hunts, it has provided the benefit of improving the quality of the hunt for sheep hunters, as reported to hunters by AWT. In the days of everyone carrying a high-resolution video camera with their phone, the mountain bulls have become quieter and the quality of the hunt has improved in regards to airplane traffic and noise. If this was the intent of this regulation, it has worked. However, with regards to the enforceability of this regulation, this is without question a difficult regulation to enforce. We have not made any cases with this regulation. If repealed, it has been suggested that a potential regulation to mimic the intent of 5 AAC 920858 could be 5 AAC 920805, unlawful methods for taking game by the use of motorized vehicle to harass game or for the purpose of driving, hurting, or molesting game. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Lynn, did you have any comments on this proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have to agree with Member Fletcher and Hoffman and Member Huntington. Whereas I might have had some inclination to support this proposal, but deal with the fact that we're dealing statewide with sheep issues, I'm not sure it'd be advisable for the board to rescind something that would actually target legal sheep, make it easier, people to target them, find them from the air than target them on the ground. I just don't believe that would necessarily be responsible of the board at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to note at this time that there's a number of ACs that were in support of this, and there's a number of ACs that were opposed to this, and we had testimony on both sides. I think it's not one that we have an overwhelming public. One of the first things someone talked to me about when I was appointed to the Board of Game was this very issue, and it's a long-term guide who I know well, and he's very much in favor of keeping 207 in place. I've heard from a number of friends that way. I've heard from friends on the other side too. So I'm not going to get rid of a current regulation based on a mixed feeling about it. And given the sheep numbers, I think I'm there with the other members of the board that are on that issue. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the sake of argument, I mean, if we repeal this, do you think that it would spread out folks in the mountains? It would spread out, accessing different areas, not concentrating on certain populations of sheep in certain spots where, You know, just, I guess for the sake of argument, I'd like to hear if anybody has any thoughts on that.
Any sheep hunters that have any thoughts on that on the board? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an answer to Jake's deal, but I'm inclined to not support this proposal, but I think it's disingenuous to base my decision on the current population of the sheep statewide. I don't feel we should make a regulation like this, based on a population that fluctuates, So potentially what I've heard some say is if the sheep population was really doing really well, it would be okay to go out and use an airplane. And so I just wanted to put that on the record that I'm not concerned about the population and the use of airplanes being, intertwining with each other.
Thank you for that, Al. And any additional discussion? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 135. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 136 and 137 due to the action taken on 135.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we take no action. With unanimous consent, we'll take no action on 136 and 137. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 138, restrict aircraft use for dull sheep for hunting for all open seasons.
Second.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. Could you share your screen with us while we're giving your presentation? We like looking at your face, but I think people often like to look at the presentation as well.
I'm looking, Mr. Chair. I thought I had it shared. Back out here. Hang on a second. Go back to my Zoom screen. Why it's not sharing here.
We're going to pull it up in the room.
If you could do that, that'd be great.
Okay, it's up.
Okay. Get on the right slide here on my screen. Okay, you're on Proposal 138.
Yes.
Okay, this proposal is different than the others in this group in that it proposes to actually increase the restriction regarding the use of aircraft. The current regulation in 920858 basically prohibits aircraft use for spotting and locating sheep between August 10th and September 20th, which is the traditional general sheep season, as well as many of our permit hunts. What this proposal addresses is covering the additional sheep seasons that fall out of that date window. So it would cover the youth sheep seasons from August 1st to August 5th, as well as sheep seasons that run into October in the Chugach Mountains, for instance, as an example. So again, this is a proposal to address this restriction that's been in place since 2015, and the department's neutral on this. We don't have any concerns biologically regarding the use of aircraft for sheep, for locating sheep at this time. So to reiterate, again, this proposal would adjust the seasons to be concurrent with all sheep seasons in Alaska to cover those that aren't currently covered under the existing regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined not to support this proposal because it says all sheep seasons. And so we have a lot of subsistence sheep seasons that would have to be identified, and it would complicate, our hunting regulations and also, where people are flying and what they're doing. So unless there's an amendment to make that somewhat easier or understandable, this is for all sheep season. So as written, I don't like it.
Additional comments from board members? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I may be thinking along the same lines as Member Barrett. The other 207 was implemented to address an issue or a perceived issue or a real issue, however you want to look at it. Adding all sheep seasons to this, even though we just said that we're not really interested in airplanes being used to on depressed sheep populations, and Member Brett said that can't, doesn't want to use a population size as a decider. What are we addressing by including all sheep seasons? Has there been an issue brought to us? Doesn't seem to be, other than just blanketing this whole thing. So I'm inclined not to support this proposal as well.
Any additional comments on Proposal 138? I'm with you, Lynn. I don't think the numbers of people hunting during these other sheep seasons and the way they're managed, I don't think this is a necessary thing. The other one is, failing that the previous proposal was it's a close thing in all our minds, even though it wasn't a close vote. So I think adding to it is not an appropriate thing at this time. So go ahead, Al.
I will just put, one more thing on there. I haven't heard really anything from the public except, the youth hunt. It seems to be a loophole, but I haven't heard from the youth hunters that they seen, an unbearable amount of air traffic while the youth season's going on. So that's another thing I was thinking of.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? We may be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 138. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 139, restrict the use of aircraft for making multiple consecutive approaches near Dahl.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you see the proposal slide up right now, 139?
Yes, we can.
Good, good. Anyway, this proposal, as spoke to my member Hoffman, is a different take on the existing regulation in that it's basically changing the language to define what's legal regarding spotting sheep, and it has to do with or it refers to the harassment language that the troopers had talked to in their comments earlier in this delivery. Anyway, this would basically make it legal to make multiple consecutive approaches near a sheep or group of sheep. And as before, the department's neutral on this because we do not believe this regulation in and of itself does not create or address any biological concern. So, the background's very similar to the other proposals. This particular proposal, though, purports to replace the existing language with aircraft may not be used to make multiple consecutive approaches. And again, this is in a tacit reference to the harassment language that's already in existing regulation and has to do with harassing wildlife or moving wildlife with the use of motor vehicles, for example. So again, there's not any concern here regarding sorry, I lost my train of thought. We're concerned regarding the biological aspects that may be supported by some. The proposal, again, addresses concerns regarding the current, I'm sorry, this one does not address, I'm looking at the wrong slide here, does not address, it's under the existing time period. It's not affected by the previous proposal's language. And again, this proposal is a restriction on the use of aircraft for spotting Dall sheep, replacing the existing language, but that aircraft may not be used to make multiple consecutive approaches. And again, the department's neutral on this proposal. Thank you.
Discussion on proposal 139. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe somebody in the department or even AWT. I'm not a pilot, I'm a renter. But I heard a lot of discussion from pilots, from private pilots, that, in order to make a safe landing, they have to make multiple approaches and do a lot of things and check a lot of stuff that I don't know about, which all seems reasonable. But I think there's a clear distinction when you're watching somebody looking for a landing strip or trying to land versus, spotting sheep and making multiple passes. I don't see very many landing strips in the rocks up high. They're usually down in the gravel bars or some saddle in a tundra. So maybe I'd get a little clarification on that, because, there's some pilots that really fear, thinking that they're going to get turned in for trying to make a safe landing.
Any response to that?
I'll speak to that first, and maybe the troopers can follow up. My understanding that the existing language doesn't prohibit people from circling or reviewing an area before they land or attempt to land. And so I don't believe anybody, I don't know of anybody that's been cited or even warned about that being an issue. I don't think anybody's trying to take away from the safety required, flying in the mountains. Obviously, there's a lot of risk with that to begin with. So maybe the troopers could speak to that, but my understanding is that that's not going to be the problem. The issue is the multiple consecutive approaches. If you think of somebody circling over or continually passing over a place where there's sheep present and obviously observable. But both the aircraft, possibly folks on the ground too, I don't know.
Sergeant Valentine, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, I think Tony covered it.
Okay, with that, any further discussion, James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to echo your comments from the last proposal that we discussed, that, this seeks to replace the language, and it will repeal what we just talked about, not changing anything on. And so I'm opposed to this for that reason, because I think we've heard from both sides of the public that they've got testimony in support and opposition. So at this time, changing it would be probably not in the best interest. Thanks.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have to agree with Member Cooney there. I actually think this would change the last two proposals we voted on, because this would include, it appears to include all sheep seasons. So I'm inclined not to support it as well.
Okay, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'll just add one last thing. I think, our intent is not to make pilots think they can't make safe approaches to landing or potential landing strips. That, to me, it would seem pretty obvious in the field if somebody was looking at sheep, or if they were attempting to, land where there's sheep nearby. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Orville.
Mr. Chair, I agree with Al. I think that was a good statement, as well as I think there was a lot of comments from ACs on both sides of this issue. It just seems like a really thorny issue, and I could see why they had so many problems with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question has been called on proposal 139.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, would you poll the board, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 139. Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 140, increase the number of bear bait station sites temporarily from 10 to 20 per guide use area.
Second.
They wanted this pulled, so. And before you go, the department goes to this, the proposer has asked that we not take this up because it was brought up for the purpose of COVID, and we already passed a year, so it would be appropriate if we took no action on this at this point.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 140 due to the comments of the chair.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 141, require bear baiting sites to be at least 1 mile apart.
Second.
I want to clarify the back on 140, it was unanimous consent of the board for taking no action. So go ahead on 141.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 141 was submitted by a member of the public, and it asks to require bait sites to be at least 1 mile apart, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Currently, there are no restrictions or limits on how close a bait site can be to another bait site, and some baiters register the same bait site as another person, which allows them to maintain the site without written permission from the original registrant. And an individual person may also register 2 bait stations less than 1 mile apart intentionally. Some additional background for you. Current regulations require a person to provide the department with the specific location of the bear bait station, but does not require GPS coordinates. At the statewide meeting in 2016, the board addressed and failed a proposal that would have required GPS coordinates for all bait sites. And at the same time, the board removed the GPS requirement for bear bait stations in Southeast Alaska. And this is important because without a GPS location for every bait site, the department will not be able to determine if a baiter's preferred location site is within 1 mile of another registered bait site. So just a little bit more background for you. For those who are unfamiliar with bear baiting, we currently on average about 2,700 bait sites a year. That's how many get registered with the department across the state. And when a person registers a bait station, they can do so 2 weeks before the baiting period starts. So they come into the office or they call the office with their location. We walk them through the conditions and then we issue the permit for them. So typically bear bait season opens April 15th. So beginning April 1st, people start showing up in our offices or calling in to register these bait sites. So again, we're looking at about 2,700 or 2,800 of these sites being registered as is. So that's when we see these folks come in with their specific locations of the bait sites, again, not GPS coordinates because those aren't required. And that's how the public registers these sites. So there are a number of them. It's not a particularly cumbersome process, but it does take a little bit of time given the nature of it. So because of those reasons, the department is asking for a delayed implementation if the board is to adopt this proposal and the following ones as well, because it will require a substantial amount of public outreach and time for us to implement the change. And as tied in with that, adoption of the proposal is expected to result in a significant additional cost to the department. So again, the proposal did come from a member of the public. It's to require bear bait sites to be at least 1 mile apart, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
Board member questions, comments? Go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll probably not be supporting this proposal. It's a little bit cumbersome. I would hope that hunters in general have the respect to, try to be a mile apart from each other, and I don't think we need a set of regulations and making people buy complicated measuring devices or GPSs, to go out and have an opportunity to harvest a bear over bait.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question would be to Cheryl. Cheryl, is this legal for us if we were to adopt this, that would give somebody exclusive use of state land for bear baiting? It'd be like a 2 mile circumference from the center point, or a mile each side of the center point there?
through the chair, Member Keough, it would be a valid distance restriction, and it wouldn't apply just to state land.
So Ryan, in your experience, under the experience of the department that's reported to you, how far apart are base stations typically? How close together might they be?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've seen it, you name it, I've probably seen it. From miles apart, which is done intentionally. They don't want people to interfere with them, and they don't want to interfere with other hunters. I've also seen bait sites put right on top of another one, also intentionally, to create some havoc there. So I don't know. I would say, by and large, with my experience with bear baiting and specifically Southeast, most people are pretty good about it. They don't want to interfere with other folks. They don't want to have other folks interfering with them. There's some other issues. If you start overlapping black bears and brown bears in places you can't bait brown bears, they take that into consideration. So I'd say the norm is, I can't put a mile marker on it. I don't know if it's a mile or if it's going to be 400 yards or whatever it may be. I did want to add a little bit more, though, I think that might help the discussion for the next few proposals as well. A specific location that several of these are asking for really is only attainable with a GPS. We don't require GPSs. At a time we did in Southeast, and that regulation was repealed. We've actually experimented with handing GPSs to bear baiters on a voluntary basis, but you don't know who else is out there as well. I also think there's some misunderstanding about, not only would that be a cost to the hunter, purchasing a GPS unit, probably most of us or many of us have them already, but that would be something else. The cost, this is kind of a specialized thing now, using GPSs, developing maps, measuring distances, establishing polygons, looking at densities of bear sites, and what I've just described is essentially another person that would need to be hired and essentially be doing this type of stuff for bear bait season. So something else to consider when you're thinking about these. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And I think all that can be done with an app on your phone. I certainly, I remember the rental car company, when our car broke down, asking me to bring up an app on the phone, and it told them exactly where the car was. And so I'm not sure that the GPS is such a complicated thing nowadays. But having said that, one of my concerns with a distance location here is that you can actually be less than a mile apart and be in a separate drainage in some parts of the state, on the other side of the hill. And there's no particular reason to make that make that distance requirement specific. So I'm not going to support this for that, for those reasons. But I think it could be more easily accomplished than people imagine if they really chose to, except in some parts of the state where you have no way to measure things. Go ahead. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be supporting this either. In our last Region 4 meeting that we had, we made it very clear that in that region, the public would like to, we wanted to try and encourage them to increase their black bear take. And so passing a statewide regulation to require them to be a mile apart would only, I think, hinder some of those bear baiters from doing that. And so I don't think it's appropriate for us to do that. So I'm going to be opposing this.
Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with all the previous members that spoke. I won't be in support of this either. I was just going to note for the record that there was a couple advisory committees for this and a couple undecided, and the majority of them didn't support it either. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Orville. Additional comments from the members? I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The comments given to the board indicate that there may be increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 141. Mr. Keo?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 236, require ADF&G to notify bear bait station registrants of other bait stations within 1 mile radius of desired bait station location.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would department comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 236 was submitted by a member of the public, and it would require ADF&G to notify bear bait station registrants of other bait sites within a certain distance of their desired location. And the department is neutral on this proposal. Very similar background to what you heard on the previous proposals. All of that discussion is still applicable to this and the next. There are no restrictions or limits on how close a bait site can be to another bait site. Some baiters register the same bait site as another, which allows them to maintain the same site without written permission from the original registrant. And individual persons may also register 2 bait stations less than a mile apart intentionally. Just like you heard previously, there are no GPS locations required for bait sites. And the board has been presented with the option of making that a requirement statewide and has turned that down in the past. And here's where we get into a little bit of the differences. Adoption of the proposal is expected to result in significant additional costs to the department. And the proponent states that the department already has all the information needed from previous years to implement the change. However, that's not exactly how we do it currently. Only successful bear harvest locations are coded down to the finest scale we use, which is the UCU level. And so searchable locations of bear bait stations are only available at the subunit level, and this does pose some difficulties for, say, the wildlife troopers when they're going out to inspect the sites. It's not an easily searchable database. It does not get coded down to the same fine of a scale as our harvest locations. Average baiter can register 2 bait stations. However, they don't have to place bait in the field at either one of those locations. We know that a lot of people register 2 bait stations and only place bait at 1, and this is just from conversations that we've had with them. Also, some baiters register 2 bait stations and then don't place any bait in the field at all. They don't participate. There is no reporting requirement associated with it or any kind of follow-up on their part either. So in order to figure out how to implement this, the department would be asking for a delayed implementation, again, to figure out how to convey this change to the public as well as to identify the resources to do this if it were to pass. Again, we do not currently give out locations of persons' bear bait sites to other people. We do protect those via the statutorily protected confidential information. So we don't give out those locations. If someone comes in and says, are there any bait sites near where I want to register, we tell them to go back into the field and do some walking around. This is not information that we have readily available to the public at all. We do provide it to the wildlife troopers so they can check, but it's not quite as simple as the proponent makes it sound. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, comments from members? I'm curious, do you tell people how many bait stations are registered in a unit or a subunit if they ask?
Through the chair, this is just my personal experience helping people register bait sites. No, we will tell them if there are other people in the vicinity, but we don't tell them how many and we don't tell them how close. We tell them that there is a lot of activity in that area and they may like to go out and do some more homework before they
Okay,
register.
so no specific information, just general information about the area. Members? James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern with this is that it's taking the onus or the responsibility of the bear baiter off of themselves to go do their homework, to go out into the field, take a look around and see if it's a good spot to put a bear bait station. And instead, a person can just walk into the office, acquire all this information from the department if it were approved, and then, you know, you're basically just you're taking a lot of the research or sport out of the hunt itself, if you will. And so my concern would be that, you know, I think it's important for people to continue to get outside and go do their research, go do their own hunting, just like they would any other species.
Additional comments or go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just couldn't leave that one lay, James. Yeah, it's easy to tell people to go out in the woods and walk, 4 square miles to see if anybody's around them, from where they would put a bait. Again, topography, vegetation, water, there's a lot of issues. There has been some cases where people have put bear baits and the troopers have the advantage of flying around with a helicopter over people's bear baits and, notice a building that's, a half a mile somewhere in the woods that a squatter put out there that nobody knows about. And in the end, a bear baiter gets cited because, like you said, he didn't do his due diligence and walk every stitch of his 1 mile, being apart or being past something a mile. So that incorporates a lot of logistical work. And those are just rare exceptions, but just to make it fair that it's not always easy just to say, we'll go out and walk around. And I've actually stumbled on a couple bear baits that have been really well camouflaged. Never knew they were there. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments? I have a question for the department. I know you noted earlier that we don't require GPS coordinates or anything, and the maker of this proposal suggested that one option would be to require GPS so you would know or could know the thing. So how does the department feel about GPS coordinates for bear baits? And I don't think we'll get there at this meeting, but maybe sometime in the future. It's a pretty typical thing that people have. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We push for GPS coordinates. Again, we've had those in other places. Potentially, we could move to some of this direction, but I don't want to, promise something that I can't deliver because there's a lot of thought that goes into creating databases and GIS work and things like that. It certainly helps the enforcement officers find it. A lower level attempt at this. Several offices in the past have had maps and they use thumbtacks. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're really, really not on. So a GPS would provide those specific locations, and also potentially, as you well pointed out, Mr. Chairman, apps on your phone can do a lot of stuff these days. So if an individual baiter had an app or a GPS or could input those coordinates, they could bring up Google Maps and lo and behold, there's a a home or a church or whatever, within a mile, and they know so it's kind of like several of the other proposals. I think technology is, getting us there and may push us in a certain direction. I think we would welcome the GPS. Now, I will say the cautions are not everybody can afford them. And having, that's where we actually we bought some GPSs and offered them to people to be checked out. Now, several of those never came home, but, it was a good thing to do. And that seemed to work out okay. And, that's, so there are some drawbacks to it. But, overall, I think we'd be supportive of that without making too many promises on what we could produce down the road.
Thank you. Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you. And with that, Ryan, the additional cost, what would that entail?
Through the chair, Member Huntington, probably just about everybody in this room has an idea better than I do of what a GPS cost. I purchased an InReach about a year ago, and I think it was $350. And it's a GPS, and I can text, with people, but you can get fairly inexpensive GPSs as well. Probably anywhere from, I don't know, 175, 180, 250.
Go ahead, Orville.
I didn't phrase that right. I meant the cost of the department. Sorry.
Through the chair, Member Huntington. It would all depend on the product, right? If we had a GPS coordinate and then to maintain a database and then maintain a spatial representation of all that data. None of that information would be provided to a bear baiter or a hunter anyway. It would be internally, and, potentially we could answer some of these questions if the troopers came to see us. I think it could occupy quite a bit of time for a person. So really, we're talking about staff. And, I reported here that we're pretty low on staff. We're having a hard time finding people. And then we have to think about the monetary side. So I don't think it would be a full-time job. The baiting seasons are seasonal, but it could potentially occupy quite a bit of time for someone during the right times of year.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to my comments earlier that, there's a lot of personal hunters and then commercial users that bear bait, and they take a lot of their personal time to get out there, just as much as the next person that stumbles upon their bear bait station. And over the years, they've done their research to get out there and do that. And it wouldn't take much for somebody to go in and figure out where someone commercially is doing that that depends on this bear bait station, maybe for customers that are coming in for. So my concern with this is that, again, I would prefer to see two users of the area that happen to stumble on each other, work out the conflict on their own, if there is a conflict at all, rather than put this on the department and then, perhaps accidentally have someone's commercial use area be, identified, and they want to maybe keep it more private. So that would be my concern.
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something else for the board to consider. Occasionally when people come into the office and they know where their bait site is going to be, but they're not quite exactly sure the best way to describe it. We do pull up the maps. We show it to them. We work with them to get the GPS coordinate. In previous discussion by the board regarding GPS coordinates has been in much the same way. For example, there was a change, I'm going to say recent, it was in the last 10 years, to require or to allow the department to ask for GPS locations of antlerless moose harvests in units 20A and 20B. And the board discussion centered around the use of maps, not exactly requiring all hunters to have a GPS in their hand. So there has been previous discussion about how to capture that. But the one thing that we haven't made it to yet, in our presentation, there was a slide that said we may need to come back to the board with additional questions. One of those questions has to do with who's there first. I walked the board through how people register bait stations now. They call us or they come into the office. We remind them how far they have to be from certain things. They say, yep, that's it. We hand them a sign that they can use, or they can make their own sign to go out and place it at the bait site. But what we haven't made it to yet in the conversation is who's first. So bait stations can be registered 15 days before the season opens. Okay, well, what if you were the baiter who had registered that place for the last, when we start registering bait stations, 1993? What if that had been your site, but somebody beat you to it? Who edges who out, and how does this board address the allocative part of that? So that's one of the many questions that if the board goes this route, we will have for you. We have not identified all of those yet, and we won't until we get much further into these conversations. But I just wanted to bring that up, that right now everybody is on an entirely even playing field. But I suspect there will be some who, this might create a rush. It might be in the people's best interest to be the first person in the door at 8 o'clock on April 1st. I don't know, but that is something that this board should consider as they mull this whole thing over, and the next proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional board questions or comments on this proposal? Go ahead, Orville.
I'll just state my intent. I'm not going to be supporting this proposal. I looked at the AC comments and they're all over the place, but a lot of good discussion here, but I don't think I can support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional comments or questions at this time?
Call the question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 236. Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 237, clarify that ADF&G will not issue permits to use bait or scent lures near prohibited areas already defined in regulation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 237 was submitted by a member of the public, and it would actually prevent the department from issuing permits to use bait or scent lures in these prohibited areas. And the department is neutral on the proposal, but we do have all the same concerns that we just addressed previously. So very, very similar presentation. You're all well aware of where bait sites can be placed and where they can't in regulation. And also the fact that we don't have GPS coordinates, so we don't always know where bait stations are in proximity to other bait sites or to those prohibited items. So again, the adoption of the proposal is expected to result in significant additional costs to the department, and we would be asking for a delayed implementation as we figure out how to do this. This one is a little bit different than the previous ones in the fact that you just heard me say earlier, we issue on average 2,700 of these bait sites. We would not be able to complete this in the 2-week window that applicants are used to at this point. And we don't know exactly how long it would take us or what it would look like, but we would be requiring people to register ahead of time so that we could assess the locations of that bait site with proximity to others. So this would drastically change the way that bait stations are currently registered and the way that baiters are used to doing this. So not making, changes is not a big deal. However, we do want to give this one some thought and make sure that we properly address all the questions and in particular, keep in mind what those hunters are going to be impacted and what this would mean for them. So that's part of it. We would, in addition to having to change the way people register bait sites as far as the timeline goes, we would need to know exactly where those are. And another part that this proposal introduces is also a database of all of those other existing locations. Right now, there isn't, that I'm aware of, a database available to the department that has all the locations of homes, dwellings, those kinds of things. There's also, and Cheryl can correct me if I'm wrong here, there isn't, that I'm aware of, a requirement for a person who builds a cabin or a house to notify the state. There are individual requirements for boroughs and whatnot for tax purposes, those kinds of things. But if I were to buy a parcel of land and build a cabin that I plan to live on indefinitely, I would not have to notify anyone. So there's that component that we have yet to address as well, and I'm not sure how we cover that one. So that's one of the many things that we would have to look at here for this. And also, I'd like to point out that it's still a hunter's responsibility to know where they're doing and that the activity that they're involved in is legal. This is not the same as some of the other criminal statutes where there are different culpable mental states for that, and Department of Law and the wildlife troopers can speak to that as well. It's ultimately the hunter's responsibility to know what they're up to and to stay in compliance with the laws. So again, similar to the other proposals, we don't currently have this. It would be a substantial change in how bait stations are registered for the public, and we do have all of those exact concerns from the previous proposals. So with that, we are happy to take any questions the board has on this one. Thank you.
Questions, comments from board members? I'm looking at this, and it seems to me that what we have here is someone who wants to put the responsibility on the department to determine whether a bait site is legal under all the other, and currently the onus is completely on that person. We heard testimony from someone who was issued a permit and then cited for its location, and that's where the concern comes from, I believe. But my question for the department, and if you would actually do the work, or if you would issue a permit that said the permit's not valid if it doesn't meet the requirements of the statute.
Mr. Chair, the permits that we issue already say that. They say you cannot do those activities within those locations.
So essentially, you are doing this now. You're not issuing a permit that's not. You're not issuing a legal permit that's not. So your permit that allows someone to do this is not a valid permit.
I have to think about what you just said. I was going to just add that we do go through a list of bear baiting conditions that are on the permits, and we require those baiters to sign it and date it, that they understand, and they commit to those conditions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess for the question for the department, since when troopers issue a citation for a bear site that's in violation of requirements, they're too close to something, would it be too cumbersome for the department on their map to put a red tab saying, that a citation was issued here, and when somebody else is registering a bear bait in that general area, that you notify them, hey, there's been citations issued because they were too close to certain structures? I mean, would that be terribly cumbersome? Because the guy that testified said that a person was issued a citation for illegal bait too close to something, and then another individual went and registered a bait in the same general area and got cited for the same thing again.
Through the chair. Overly cumbersome? No, not necessarily. It would require some additional coordination with wildlife troopers, because typically when a person gets cited and goes to court, the department doesn't always get notified of what the outcome was or where it was. When someone does come in to register those sites, we do walk them through all the things that Mr. Scott just mentioned to try to keep them legal. However, we're not always aware of where these things are either. And so that's part of the problem for us, is we don't know the exact location of where these trails are, or these roads, or these dwellings, or anything like that. So when the person comes in to register their bait site, we don't readily have that information available to us. Part of the problem that I foresee with what you just mentioned, which I do agree that the system it's pretty frustrating for some people, and I understand that and I sympathize with them. When a person gets cited for a violation of this, I've asked the same question. It's not always clear why they were cited, and it's not always clear that what it was an accident or anything like that. So again, this gets right back to the people who are registering the bait sites and the folks in the department trying to have these conversations to stress the importance of knowing where they're doing and what they're up to. So with that, I'd kind of defer the question to some of the wildlife troopers as far as how would we get that information back. I am all for having additional conversations if we know there are hot spots to try to address those issues. I'm just not currently aware of how we could do that. But again, I do really stress the importance of the local troopers working with the local offices, which they already do. So one of the ways that we have avoided that in the past, Southeast is a fantastic example of it, where bait sites you're only allowed to register a bait station in a specific location with that area office. For example, if I were to call today and register a bait station in Southeast Alaska, I wouldn't call the Fairbanks office. And that's the kind of information that we really stress to our bear baiters, to talk to the local office, go straight to the locals. So we do already do that on some level. We don't have an official way to do it. We just stress that communication. So somewhere in there, I hope that helps answer your question.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess this one's to the public safety. When you issue a citation for an illegal bait being too close to something or in violation of the permit condition, somewhere in there the language says knowingly. What is the success rate on the prosecution when that term knowingly comes in? I mean, I'm assuming that the bear baiter didn't knowingly place the bait illegally. He just wasn't aware of his surroundings, I guess. So,
Through the chair, Mr. Kehoe, I'm going to have to check on the culpable mental state of that, because I don't think it's knowingly.
The plain language of the regulation just simply says you can't do it. So. Go ahead, Orville, while he's looking that up.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on the AC comments. Looks like there's two that supported it. One opposed it and one took no action, all over the place again. And I really can't put this cost on the department. So when they're done with that, I got another question for them.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I heard the last two proposals, and the department has said they've worked with the public using maps to identify where their bear bait's gonna be located. And I probably, and I'm just guessing that the maps they're using aren't as detailed, but, if you use something like the DNR mapper, which is highly detailed, and has a lot of really great information about structures and roads and mines and all kinds of things. If the department's willing to get a GPS on a map so they can put it on a permit, if they used a better map, you know, and I'm only suggesting the DNR because they have a really high resolution, lots of information on their mapper. At the same time, they would be able to say, you know, there is some kind of building right here. We can see it right here. And, not that takes, you know, all it is a piece of software right now, because if they're already spending the time looking at a map, figuring out what the GPS number is going to be to put on the permit, at least they got, you know, a minute or two to look to see if there's any structures nearby or roads or, you know, things that would obviously put them into a situation where they're subject to a citation.
Ryan, to what extent does the department have access to DNR's GIS information?
Mr. Chairman, the same exact amount as every person in this room. And I would argue that, you know, certainly if we were to look at the DNR mapper, which is a great system, by the way, but and we saw a building there, we'd probably say something. I mean, we're not going to just let that slide and, you know, but, you know, again, that's a publicly available resource.
Sergeant Valentine, you?
Through the chair to Mr. Kehoe, the bear bait permit regulation is not knowingly.
So is there a standard if it's not knowingly, because, you know, knowingly, intentionally, just strictly not allowed?
What the regulation states, Mr. Chair, is a person may not use bait or scent within, and then it goes on to describe all the differences.
So the citation is simply for doing this, not whether you knew how to do it or not knowing how to do it. It's similar to some other regulations.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion on this. I think I would say that, you know, we're hoping the department can get better access to maps and encourage people to get better access to maps, because, you know, want this. I don't know how people are going to vote on this proposal, because as Orville said, putting the onus on the department and the costs on the department at this time may not be responsible. But right now we're putting it on the user. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess I was just trying to get the point out. I understand the proposer's concern there. And being not the very tech guy out there, I mean, I've got my iPhone and all that, but I mean, there are deals where you can look at Google Earth, Onyx. There's quite a few different things that you could look at the surrounding area and to see if you see any structures or anything. So I don't know. I mean, I understand where they're trying to go with this. His concern was that 2 people got cited for having a bear bait in the same general location, and the department issued the permit twice, even after somebody had already been cited. So it seems like we could keep better tabs on stuff like that, just with a little red tab going, hey, you know, we've had some issues with some illegal baits here, being too close to something, just to notify the user to do a little more research and check where their bait's at.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I see what the proposer is trying to get at, and I appreciate it. And I appreciated the example that the person gave as well. I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here when I say this, but it also presumes that the people were innocent when they did this. I don't know the 2 people that did it. I don't know what their intent was either. I don't know if the intent was malice and when they went to set the bait in the wrong spot. We're presuming that they weren't by listening to by debating the proposal. But it is only one example, and I don't know if it was an innocently placed bear bait station, and that now we're trying to put this responsibility off of those individuals and put it onto the department. I'm not sure that we're really looking at it the right way.
Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to Sergeant Valentine. Have you ever had a person that's registering a bait station come to you, and I know you could not do this for the entire public, and say, hey, listen, I'm gonna put it here. Do you see a problem with it?
Through the chair, Mr. Flesher, yes, I have had baiters come into our office and talk about where they would like to put them. Specifically, I remember that happening when I was stationed in Talkeetna.
Thanks.
Thank you. So any additional comments or questions? If not,
Call the question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 237. Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 142, add emu to the list of animals allowed to be possessed without a permit.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I was hoping the commissioner would be here for this discussion, but unfortunately he's not, so I guess we'll go with Natalie or Ryan.
Oh, I get these. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 142 would add emu to the clean list, 5 AAC 92029. It's actually, technically, it is a species that may be possessed without a permit from the department, but we call it the clean list. The department is neutral, and this is a public proposal. Emus are native to Australia. We would anticipate very little impact on Alaska's indigenous species. Not sure it'd make it, depending on where in the state if it got out, and these are in some order of criteria that the board will need to consider. We have little disease transmission concerns. I had a conversation. If emus are added to the list, they would no longer be something that the Department of Fish and Game worries about. It would fall to the state veterinarian's office, and I had a conversation with him prior to the board meeting, and he doesn't have any major concerns either. They would need to be imported, exported, all that stuff, have to go through the same vet checks and health certificates as as other domestic animals. Emus are farmed for food, leather, oil. Some people keep them as pets. They are listed on as a least concern, a species of least concern as far as conservation status goes. Apparently, there are lots of them around in the wild, in addition to those that are being kept as domestics. Oh, rats. And that's it. Proposal 142 would add emus to the clean list, 5 AAC 92029. The department is neutral, and this is a public proposal.
Thank you. Questions, comments from from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be inclined to support this proposal. I don't think if these emu got out of their pens or cages or, got onto the landscape, that there would be any biological concern to the natural and or indigenous species that we have.
Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Al, but I just wanted to note for the record that we don't have anybody weighing in anywhere as far as advisory committees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think it's probably, we don't have any advisory committees because this isn't a hunting species, and it really, as long as there's not an effect on hunting, probably most people didn't take much notice of this. I have a question for the department. Ryan, are there any other similar or related animals which are currently not on the, quote, clean list, which the department has considered ought to be?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in general, the department doesn't, we wait for proposals to come to us when it comes to the clean list. And there are other related species. Emus are ratatites, and so rheas, emus, ostriches, and Mr. Chairman, you knew the other one, caraway or whatever.
Cassowary.
Cassowary. And I frankly did not spend much time looking at those because the clean list can be very contentious, and sometimes we get you wouldn't think so, but we do get species that potentially we have to be careful of. Actually, one of our upcoming proposals addresses that. So we didn't consider other species, and we usually do it species by species.
Okay, thank you. Any additional board member questions, comments, intent? I intend to support this. I don't have any emu eggs at home. I do have ostrich eggs from another ostrich farmer, but I think I'm looking forward to having some emu. Okay, go ahead.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation's adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 142. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes, and I do have a quick question for Ryan. As a result of passing this, should we have made it retroactive?
Through the chair, no comment.
Okay, thank you.
So that proposal passes unanimously, 7-0.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal, 143 due to the action taken on 142.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take no action. I think they're the same, essentially the same proposal. So with unanimous consent, we'll take no action. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 144, exempt sterilized community cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is this another Ryan? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 144 would exempt sterilized community cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild. The department opposes this, and it is a public proposal. 5 AAC 92029 allows cats, Felis catus, to be possessed without a permit and prohibits them from being released into the wild. Again, that is the clean list. We've heard a lot about domestic cats already in this meeting. Some of the programs that are used to support the release of domestic cats are known as trap, neuter, release programs, or trap, neuter, vaccinate, release, trap, neuter, spay, vaccinate, release. I think we all understand where that's going. Currently, anyone can trap and neuter or spay feral cats throughout Alaska. We had discussions about live traps being available from some of the programs that are you can find around the state. Proponents of these programs argued they work, they're cost efficient, sustainable, and a humane alternative to trap euthanasia. We have to recognize that many places as well do trap them and then lethally remove them. These programs increase the number of neutered or spayed cats in a given area, and but they would decrease the number of unwanted litters. Makes perfect sense, right? You neuter and spay the cats, you're not going to get you're not going to get any new cats from at least those adults that you've fixed, thereby reducing the shelter and animal control cost, and they also increase the vaccination rate of cats, because once they're caught, oftentimes, well, they are given whatever necessary vaccinations they need. Should be noted, though, that cats are pretty smart. There's plenty of examples where they get trapped shy. It's also vaccines require boosters periodically throughout the life of an animal, and we can't guarantee that. These programs cannot guarantee that. Some study results say 70 to about 90% of the population must be neutered or spayed to be effective. That's a pretty significant amount, given what we think we know about the number of, wildcats or feral cats out and about. We've already discussed that there is potential for disease vectors to other species of wildlife and humans. And cats are ferocious predators. They do exactly what they kind of are meant to do. And with that, I'll wrap up Proposal 144, exempt sterilized community cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild. The department opposes, and this is a public proposal.
Questions from board members? I have a quick question for you, Ryan. Are you aware of any animal control programs in the state that have done this have attempted this in a urban setting or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I frankly am not aware. I can only speak from, my hometown, and this isn't done there.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Just to answer your question, as far as Anchorage goes, the municipality of Anchorage was requested to do this, and the city said that feral cats are within the purview of the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game, so the municipality can't allow that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Go ahead. Additional questions, Lynn?
So, yeah, I can't support this proposal. I understand what they're trying to do and all that, but I'm totally okay with capturing them, doing whatever they can with them, but the re-release back into the wild, I just don't think there's any way the board could authorize that. Especially when you look at the data. I've learned way more on cats than I ever expected to here on the board here. Just the detriment they provide to our natural wildlife. I can't support the re-release.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey, thanks. I'm not gonna be able to support this either. We don't have a bad, problem where I'm from with feral cats, wild cats, but, I have seen some, and, the writer of this proposal kind of said it was a humane alternative, but man, cats have a very, very rough life, living in a dump at 40 below, so I'm not gonna be able to support it.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to what Member Fletcher said, I've seen some of these cats, and to me, just re-releasing them is totally inhumane. They're barely hanging on to life. The ones that I've seen, their tails are gone, their ears are froze off, they're barely living, and to release them again to endure that type of life just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Any additional board member comments, concerns? Al? Oh, okay, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to note for the record, we had 2 committees take no action and 4 advisory committees that opposed it, and I can't support it either. The ones I've seen released in the village up in rural Alaska didn't do well. We're happy to take them back in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional board member?
Call question.
Okay, the question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 144. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 145, classify F. catus as deleterious exotic wildlife and prohibit their release into the wild, feeding and maintaining unconfined populations.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 145 would classify cats, domestic cats, as Felis catus, as deleterious exotic wildlife and prohibit their release into the wild, feeding and maintaining unconfined populations of cats. The department is neutral, and this is a public proposal. Mr. Chairman, I would say that this proposal gets very, very close to proposal the board already acted on under the definitions section. So you'll be seeing a lot of the same information here. The proposal asks for several regulatory changes concerning cats. For 9209, the clean list, ag language specifically prohibiting the release of domestic cats, prohibit possessing unconfined populations or individual cats, which, if you might recall, gets pretty close to the discussions we had for feral. And in a trap neuter release program, also prohibit maintaining unconfined, unrestrained cats on public or private property. There's a lot of different definitions of public property or a lot of different managers of those properties. Then, of course, private property speaks for itself. And then in 5 AAC 92230, prohibit the feeding of unconfined cats, prohibit placing cats with organizations practicing no-kill management, which essentially would be, it could involve some TNR work, the trap neuter portion of that, but they wouldn't be released. And then 92990, classify all cats as deleterious exotic wildlife. This is again where it gets very close to proposal 107 that the board heard yesterday. This proposal asks for a classification, and the other proposal asks for a definition. Well, if you look at the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife in codified, it gives you the species, so it essentially classifies them at the same time. The clean list allows cats to be possessed without a permit and prohibits them from being released into the wild. That's important because that was a request by the author of the proposal. It's already illegal to possess a cat and then turn it out to the wild. Definition of game, AS 1605-940 includes feral domestic animals and deleterious exotic wildlife is defined. Feral cats is classified as unclassified game. At that point, if you look in the back of your hunting regulations, unclassified game has seasons and limited seasons and bag limits. I think specifically there was one place in the state, 14C, Jay Bear might be the spot. And I don't know if that was just for cats specifically, but other unclassified game. Cats are currently not defined as deleterious exotic wildlife, and that designation or that definition comes with no closed season and no bag limit. Again, it comes back to our previous discussions where if we do move them to deleterious exotic wildlife, there would be an open season and a bag limit, which is no bag limit. By classifying cats as deleterious exotic wildlife, it's illegal to feed deleterious exotic wildlife. Domestic cats could stay on the clean list, similar to ferrets and swine, without a permit. No impact to placing cats with TNR programs, just that definition, and no change to places cats can be maintained. As I mentioned, public land comes with a variety of management, and private property speaks for itself. The clean list already prohibits the release of cats into the wild. These control programs, the trap, neuter, spay, release, have demonstrated mixed results. We've talked extensively about cats and their ability to kill a lot of species, and that's been tracked around the world. Disease vector for both wildlife and human. And that is Proposal 145, classify cats as deleterious exotic wildlife and prohibit their release into the wild, prohibit feeding, and prohibit maintaining unconfined populations. Department's position is neutral, and this is a public proposal. Thank you.
I have a question for you. As unclassified game, is there any requirement to let's say, do anything with the animal after you kill it, or?
Well, in this particular case, no. Yeah, for cats.
Okay, thank you. Discussion from board members. I think we had a great deal of discussion on a very similar issue earlier, and I think, as I recall, the conclusion was that we didn't want to have an open season on domestic cats. That was one of the reasons we failed that. So I suspect we could take no action on this one based on our previous discussions, if that's the will of the body.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 145 due to previous action.
Second.
Been moved and second that we take no action on this proposal and ask for unanimous consent. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 238, modify the regulations to recognize the Czechoslovakian black as a standard dog breed to be possessed in Alaska without a permit.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for Member Hoffman, I actually looked for the pronunciation for it because I'm not sure what it is, and I unfortunately couldn't find it. Proposal 238 would allow the possession of the Czechoslovakian Vlach dog. It's also known commonly as the Czechoslovakian wolf dog. The department's position is neutral. It is a public proposal. This breed resulted from an intentional breeding between Carpathian gray wolves and German shepherds in 1955. Over the years, we've heard a lot about wolf hybrids, and oftentimes those happen just kind of on their own. This one's different because they did it on purpose. And they were bred for a variety of interest, but primarily these animals need a job. And guard dogs, search and rescue dogs, things like that were the intent. It's really important to recognize that currently regulations prohibit the possession of wolf and wildcat hybrids, and that's 92030. I mentioned some of the things that they'd been used for or they were bred for, and I think the best way to describe it is it appears they really do need a focused job and someone who can focus on them. Temperament and descriptions vary from trainable and friendly to a family unit to difficult juvenile years when hunting instincts apparently seem to present themselves. So you might want to watch out for that. In 2015, a group of folks went and did some DNA work on this particular species and found that at that time, 11 to 12% of wolf ancestry was still being expressed in the DNA for these animals. Proposal 238 would allow the possession of a Czechoslovakian Vlach or wolf dog. The department is neutral. It is a public proposal. Recognizing that the regulation currently prohibits wolf hybrids, the department did choose to go neutral. In a sense, it is the board's purview to change that should you wish to go there. I don't recall the exact year, but some of you may recall that over the years we've had many issues with wolf hybrids in the state of Alaska. And those issues ultimately led to the regulation we have right now. And I would urge caution if you consider to open that regulation, and we would need to have additional discussions about, percent DNA, blood quantum, or, if you really want to get down into the weeds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for Proposal 238.
Board discussion, questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't get a chance to look at this. Are they continually adding new wolf bloodlines into the breed, or are they stopped all that and we just have a breed that, they pedigree them and just breed off what animals they have currently?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I don't know the answer to that. I suspect that it's over, but don't quote me on that. There's actually very few of these dogs in the world. There's not a whole bunch of them. They have recently been recognized by a variety of European kennel clubs, as well as AKC, not too long ago here in the States. But I'm not sure that they can still go wrangle up Carpathian gray wolves to do that.
Additional board comments? James, you have any comments on this one?
No, I'm still undecided on this, and I want to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Thank you. How about Jake?
You know, I appreciate somebody wanting, you know, to possess one of these animals. I did a little bit of research on them. They can be really adept at some very, you know, important tasks. But, you know, with the problems we've had with wolf hybrids and stuff like that, I don't see me supporting this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the Czechoslovakian Volchik? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Member Fletcher there. I kind of look at it might be an end run way to get around and being able to possess other wolf hybrids just claiming they're Czechoslovakian blacks. So I'm going to be in opposition to this proposal.
Go ahead, Al.
I was gonna, lost my train of thought here. Was a question for the department. Oh, I know. Just a 2-minute deal on what was the issue with the hybrids in the early 2000s or late nine?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Barrett, you know, I don't recall all the details. It was down in the Matsu Valley, was predominantly the larger operation that was the issue. And in that case, well, actually, those guys bit people, right? I'm looking at the troopers and Natalie, but I think that came down to it. And, you know, when we started to try to make headway, both us and the wildlife troopers, because if it's a hybrid, it kind of puts it in our bailiwick, we found that we didn't have the ability to do a lot. And so ultimately, you know, this regulation came into play. People were grandfathered in if they could meet certain conditions. It wasn't like we went out and stormtroopered the house and, you know, took the dog and stuff. It's still somewhat problematic. You know, we get people who represent dogs as hybrids, and then we've got to have a conversation with them or the troopers and try to, you know, look at, we used to use morphological stuff. We used to look at their heads and their ears and try to figure out, you know, if it was a wolf or part wolf or whatever it was. Thankfully, DNA tests have come a long way. But it hasn't been all that long that we've been able to differentiate commercially between dogs and wolves. So that's a little bit of background. Aggression and, you know, biting people and things like that really led us down this road.
So, you know, just for the record, it seems that there's some information out there that, you know, these hybrids are 9 or 10 generations from having wolf introduced into them. So just a thought.
Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that place is kind of when you're heading up the hill out of Palmer, you know, and they had wolf hybrids, and you know, I had a boss of mine that had one of those dogs. Are hard-headed, incredibly hard, really difficult to handle. Just to add to it.
Okay, go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I'll add to the record. There was no support for any advisory committee on this proposal. And I agree with the department's assessment, and I'll be opposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional discussion on the Czechoslovakian Volchik?
Call the
Go ahead.
question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 238. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 268, prohibit the possession of swine other than Scrofa domesticus.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Ryan's going to tell us about pigs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I very much appreciate you providing the pronunciation of the Volchek. Very good. Proposal 268 would prohibit the possession of all swine species except domestic pigs, Scrofa domesticus. The department submitted this as an ACR, and I will explain a little bit about that history, and supports the proposal. Current regulations, 5 AAC 92029, again, on the clean list, allow for the possession of all swine species, and it's labeled as Sus scrofa varius, essentially is what it was. Back last fall, prior to the ACR deadline, and just shortly prior, we actually were contacted by a gentleman who wanted to introduce Russian boars to the Fairbanks area. The intent was to confine them, I don't recall the size of the enclosure, and to use them for hunting expeditions, you know, and provide a shooting opportunity for people. He called, and it was a great conversation, super nice guy. Obviously, we won't use names, but I very much appreciated him getting in touch with us before he actually brought the animals into Alaska. And one of the things he said to me was, "I can't believe I'm going to be able to do this." And I said, "Well, you're probably not." But he voluntarily backed away after we had a long talk about it. And I just really want to, if he's listening, I want to express my appreciation for that. And I explained to him we couldn't stop him at that point. The regulations were there. I said I wasn't aware of you know, any other proposals like this previously, but we talked about what I'm going to talk with you about here, and he graciously backed away. I'm very appreciative of that. Subsequently, we submitted an ACR after the department was contacted, and I had that conversation. Primary concerns, these animals are notorious for being able to get out of things. And, you know, it doesn't take long to do some research, and people have tried all kinds of things. They'll bury, you know, vertical fences down several feet, and then they'll run a horizontal fence as well, and they still get out. Habitat destruction, again, it won't take you very long if you do a quick internet search. I don't know if it's all, well, we don't have them yet, I don't think, you know, that we're aware of, so, but I don't know if it's the other 49 states that have feral swine issues. But they destroy stuff, and they modify the landscape. Impacts to native species, everything from plants to small mammals to birds to eggs, they eat. And similar to, you know, other swine stories we've heard, they eat a lot of stuff, and they don't seem to slow down very quickly. And then, you know, the wild version, obviously, if you have a domestic version, somebody who's taking care of them, they'd get health care and vet checks. But otherwise, we do have some disease concerns. That's been expressed as well in the southeast United States, where feral hogs are a problem. So again, you kind of got the longer story. I was asked when the ACR came up, you know, was the department just now thinking about Russian boars? It, you know, kind of the answer was yes, but you know, we hadn't been asked the question before. Recognizing that this species is detrimental to native species across the country, they find them as far north as Alberta. The gentleman I was talking to told me a story about finding a female that had delivered young at 35 below in a hay bale. So, you know, super cold weather didn't seem to be a big issue for him as well. And I just think that we could really avoid some problems with our native species and our habitats if we prohibited wild swine from being here. Sus scrofa domesticus is the domestic pig that we probably all think of when you think of like Charlotte's Web, if you will. And the department submitted this and supports the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a couple of quick questions here. One, would his proposal be legal because they're not game animals now, with pigs, all types of pigs being domestic animals? It seems like this would be a animal cruelty thing. It's not a game animal. Hunting them in an enclosed space probably wouldn't have been illegal in the state of Alaska anyway. But that aside, what about Vietnamese potbelly pigs, or are they in the same species as the domestic pig?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. I'd have to double check, but I believe they are listed as domesticus. There may be an additional subspecies designation, but I'll have to double check for you.
Okay, I wouldn't want us to outlaw some kind of swine that is typically held as a pet, even though it's not the same swine as people farm. But go ahead, questions and comments from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined not to support this proposal. I think the department laid out all the reasons why I wouldn't support something like this. It's a very, very dangerous step to our wildlife, our natural indigenous wildlife in Alaska.
Excuse me, but did you mean you weren't support the proposal or didn't support the pigs? Because the department proposal prohibits these swine.
Yes,
so.
I support the
Okay, thank you.
That
Just want
they
to make
oppose.
it clear on the record what you meant. Orville, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I agree with Al. I support the department's assessment. They're correct. I've seen a lot of horrible things happen in states like Hawaii and other places that bring animals in and they're not native to that place. It does a lot of damage to our wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions? If not, I think we're might be ready.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 268. Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
And at this time, we're going to break for lunch and be back at 1:30. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 146, limit big game registration permits to one per species per year.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 146 was submitted by a member of the public, and it asks to limit the number of registration permits a person may receive in a regulatory year. And the department is neutral on the proposal. Some background for you. Currently in regulation, a person may be limited to one big game registration permit at a time in units 1, 17, 20E, 22, and 23. And the number of registration permits that may be issued per household for a specified big game hunt may be limited, and a person may be limited to one registration permit for moose each regulatory year within the drainages of the Kuskokwim River. So these are some of the examples in regulation that the department already has the discretionary authority to implement, but it does not have the ability to limit a person to one registration permit per species per year. And again, all of these things are examples of limitations that are done when there is a limited number of registration permits available and in hunts where there is a quota or relatively small amount of allowable harvest. So yes, these are in existence, but they're not commonly used, and when they are, it's in cases where there's a limited quota or something of that nature. So the issue in the proposal that the proponent talks about is limited goat hunts on the Kenai Peninsula. There are multiple hunt areas, there are very small quotas for those areas, and hunters are able to pick up permits for multiple areas simultaneously. So, and this is all done to avoid the need for extremely short reporting periods and to avoid overharvest. The hunts are managed with a quota and a limited number of permits available. Again, hunters can pick up multiple permits, which allows them to hunt in multiple areas, but unfortunately, that effectively keeps other potential hunters from getting those permits. And while hunters can get more than one permit per species, bag limits are not cumulative, and hunters in this case are limited to taking only one goat, regardless of how many permits they have in their possession. So essentially, one hunter having multiple permits has the potential to preclude another hunter from having the opportunity to hunt. So as written, the proposal removes the department's ability to limit the number of big game permits a person may have at a time in those other units mentioned. However, this does not appear to be the intent of the proposal, and the department is opposed to losing that ability. And because the proposal would restrict the ability of the hunter to obtain a permit, this could have restrictive implications for reasonable opportunity of hunters seeking success in harvesting big game for subsistence uses, especially during winter hunts that provide opportunity for hunters who did not harvest during the fall season, or hunts opened by emergency order for hunters who had not already harvested, or even in hunts in adjacent units or subunits for hunters who had not already harvested big game that year. So the implications of this are quite far-reaching, and it does not appear to be the intent of the proponent for that to be the case here. So again, this was submitted by a member of the public to limit the number of registration permits a person may receive in a regulatory year. And while the department is neutral on the allocative issue, it is opposed to losing the ability to limit a person to one registration hunt at a time in the units previously mentioned. And as noted, the proposal does appear to be specific to the Kenai Peninsula goat hunts, and the board should weigh the very specific, albeit likely accidental, potential implications for other hunters should it pass the proposal. And again, while this would be discretionary, the department would appreciate some guidance on when to implement this if it is passed. And with that, we'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Quick question. This was brought up in goat hunts in Kodiak. Do we have any other areas where there's multiple goat hunts where a person can get the permits and exclude others?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is a little bit different because of the limited number of permits that are
Right.
available. So in all those other places, there are usually an unlimited number of permits. We do operate on a quota system, but the situation is very different from this particular one.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna not support this. I think there's been super opposition by the ACs of their comments not supporting this proposal.
Any additional comments? So, Natalie, this is actually probably a real problem. And is there a legitimate way other than the language in this proposal that could address the problem?
Mr. Chair, there is likely a number of ways that the board could address this problem. I would recommend that the board do so during the regularly scheduled meeting for that area, for which the call for proposals is open. However, the board could explore the possibility of, again, limiting a hunter to, say, one goat permit in units 7 and 15 at a time, excluding those that have a subsistence component to them. So yes, there is a regulatory way to address this person's problem, and it is likely a very legitimate problem that's put in place, again, because we want to maximize opportunity for hunters and not unnecessarily restrict them. And that's why we do have those quotas and a limited number of permits available.
So would the department's in the best position to do this, so perhaps the department might be interested in putting in a proposal for the next time that area is being considered. Any other discussion from committee members? Not hearing any additional discussion.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 146, Mr. Keo.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
And Mr. Brett.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 239, require all resident registration permit hunts be available for application online.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Let's hear the department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 239 was submitted by the public, and it would require all registration hunts open to residents to be available online. And just to note, proposal 239 was an updated submission for proposal 152, which will be heard next. Some background on this one for you. Most hunts are available online. There are some cases where the board has instructed the department to make some available in person in specific locations during specific times. And limiting the location is a tool to manage hunters and harvest. A recent example, at its March 2020 Interior Region meeting here in Fairbanks, the board instructed the department to issue registration permits for the moose hunt in February in Unit 19D, in the hunt area only, and during the months of January and February only. There are a number of other instances where the board has instructed the department to make permits available in specific locations as well, such as Units 1D for goats, Unit 18 for Nelson Island muskox, which is arguably one of the most complex allocation strategies in regulation, and for Unit 17 moose. So again, the proposal was submitted by the public to require all registration hunts that are open to residents to be available online. The department is neutral on this allocative issue and would like to note that limiting when and where permits are available is a tool for managing hunters and populations to prevent overharvest, and there may be unknown implications to removing the board's ability to instruct the department to make permits available in specific locations and during specific times.
Thank you. Board discussion. Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just note for the record of the majority of ACs that oppose it, it has to do with internet connectivity and all the problems we have in rural Alaska. Of course, if you live in urban Alaska, it's not a problem, but out there in the woods, it's not so easy. And it's always been an issue, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional discussion, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess just a question for the department. So if the registration permits were available online, that doesn't mean that these rural areas still couldn't go and pick up permits where they typically pick up registration tags, right?
Go ahead, Natalie.
Through the chair, that's an excellent question for the board to address. The board can instruct the department when and where, how to issue these permits. And
Additional board member comments, Lynn.
I guess another question. So on some of these registration hunts, I mean, I'm sure some have quotas, fairly small quotas. Do others, these not have quotas? They're just open registration with no harvestable quota there, that whatever gets taken, or?
Through the chair, most of the registration permits that are available online don't have a quota. Unlimited number of permits available online, and therefore there's no issues with many people getting those registration permits and continuing to hunt. In the cases where the board has limited the number of in the cases where the board has limited the locations that permits are available, there is some concern about what would happen to the hunt and the opportunity that would be provided if those permits were available online and an unknown number of people could get them. One of the things that we have seen in the past when the board creates a registration permit and puts it into the handy dandy is it, at least in the early years, almost acts as a flag for hunters. Oh, there's a new opportunity to hunt. So we see a lot of people pick up permits who might not have been interested in hunting in that area before. And also, we see a lot of people get those permits who don't actually go hunting, which is one of the reasons why we try to avoid a limited number of permits being available online, because when we run the risk of those permits going into the hands of people who aren't actually going to participate. So that's just a little bit of the stuff that is discussed before a permit's made available online. But no, in the case of permits where there are no quotas and no need to limit the number available, all of those that, and we may have missed a few, but we are working to put all of those available online. And so, I mean, everything that you see out there is already in that case. We already have provisions in place to either let hunters know if they're approaching a quota or it's a large enough quota that we aren't concerned about it. So again, we are trying to make everything available online that we absolutely can.
Al, go ahead.
Thank you. Question for the department. What is a small, limited number of registration permits to be offered?
Through the chair, we have a lot of different answers to that. In some cases, it's 20 permits. In some cases, it's 100 permits. Yeah, any number, and it's all based on the quota. So typically, I can't even say typically, it's all over the board, but it's typically less than 100.
A follow-up on that. So how often, or how, well, one question, how fast, let's say, do 100 permits get, taken up at the doorstep? And is there any ever left over?
Through the chair, that depends entirely on the hunt. We've had some where more than 100 permits went out through our online system in under a minute and a half. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. In other cases, when we have limited numbers of permits available in more remote locations, occasionally, yes, there are still permits left available. It's all case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. Any additional board comments? For the record, I'd like to point out that the board doesn't make these available locally so that all the permits go to local people and try, and all the discussion in the past has been to make sure that we're actually getting people to hunt there. We're not getting the permits to people who won't be hunting, or excluding people from being able to, who would be otherwise able to hunt, from getting a permit, because permits were all awarded online, and so they have no opportunity. And I just don't want people to think that we do limited permits to keep only the local people having their opportunity to hunt these game species. There's good, legitimate management reasons for these permits to be limited. Al?
So, I'm kind of looking at, is it possible that, well, I'm sure it's possible, but do we have the justification to allow a 1 or 2 day in-person pickup tags on these remote locations? And after let's say the second day is over, they're available online for people to pick up.
Through the chair, just about anything is possible. However, is it worth it? And I say that because you could have a number of permits available in one of those remote locations for a day or two, and then make permits available online. Well, if the hunt starts 2 weeks after that, did you really accomplish anything? So that's just something to weigh. And again, I really strongly caution you from making any changes here for those hunts that, in each case, those board members that were available in them during those discussions in previous years are aware of exactly the kinds of very lengthy, in-depth discussions that led to the board instructing the department to issue those permits in the manner in which it already has. So just a word of caution for you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got to ask a question just for my own, I guess to make it straight in my own mind. So when the department has a registration hunt, limited number of animals to be harvested, depending on that number of animals, they typically use the discretionary authority to issue those permits in the local communities. Is that true?
Go ahead, Natalie.
Not always.
Generally.
Generally speaking, yes. If there's a limited number of permits available or a very small quota, it's usually done, yes, in one of the local communities. And by local communities, that might even include the Fish and Game Office nearest where the hunt is held. So we really are all over the board. But that type of permit availability is also done after lengthy discussions with the board if it's a new hunt, and with the local advisory committees if there's any change to whatever the existing structure was.
So on that same line then, so if you have a registration hunt that either has a high quota or no quota, harvest quota, those permits are all available, generally, those registration tags are available online throughout the state.
That is correct. And there may be a couple out there that we've forgot, but as we go through and identify those, we put them online. So if you open that book and you see a permit that's available in half a dozen of the larger communities, chances are very good it's either online or we just hadn't gotten to it yet. So yes, those should be online.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Any additional board questions or comments? I think we all think it'd be better if everything could be magically online, but it doesn't always work. So go ahead.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns for the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 239. Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
And Mr. Keough?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 152 due to the action taken on Proposal 239.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take no action with unanimous consent. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 147, allow the sale of prepared game trophies under a permit.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 147 was submitted by the public, and it asked to allow persons to sell lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophies with a permit from the department, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Currently, there are 4 ways trophies can be sold already in regulation. A licensed taxidermist may sell an unclaimed finished skin or trophy under a permit issued by the department after the finished skin or trophy has been held unclaimed for 6 months and after the taxidermist sends notice of intent to sell by registered mail at least 15 days before the sale to the last known address of the person who ordered the taxidermy work. Also, a court-appointed or duly authorized estate executor or a referee in a bankruptcy may sell a game skin or trophy in a bankruptcy or probate action if that person first obtains a permit from the department. And a person who has obtained ownership of a big game trophy as a result of a divorce may sell that big game trophy only if that person first obtains a permit from the department after providing the department with a list of the big game trophies being sold and a divorce decree documenting ownership. Since 2016, when much of this was added and changed, clarified in regulation and whatnot, the department has issued 16 of these permits to taxidermists to allow the sale of trophies. The department has issued 55 to estate executors for selling trophies when estates are in probate. And bankruptcy, none. The department has not issued any permits to anyone as a result of a bankruptcy. The department has also issued 10 permits for those in a divorce. And in each case, a unique application process is used to authorize the sale of trophies. And again, this is a public proposal to sell lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophies with a permit from the department. The department is neutral, and current regulations result in relatively few permits to sell trophies in extenuating circumstances. And if adopted, it is unknown how many permits to sell will be requested, and the department is interested in some guidance regarding how to determine the owner of a trophy in this case. It's also unknown if an additional increase in harvest may occur because trophy sales are legal and that a market exists. So with that, if you have any questions, let us know.
Thank you. Board questions? Go ahead, Al, did you have, or are you just waving your hand?
No. Maybe to answer Natalie's question on how to determine, I think unless there's an investigation or something going on, that all taxidermy work is lawfully taken. We shouldn't have to prove that we took it lawfully. Most people abide by the law, and you know, if law enforcement has an issue with it, it would be upon them.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has always interested me, this subject here, and the main question I always have is, a resident of the state of Alaska harvested an animal legally, bought the tag, license, whatever was required to harvest that game legally, spent the money to get that thing prepared and mounted in his house, whatever. At what point does the state relinquish control of that animal? Currently, it doesn't. Currently, at death, divorce, or bankruptcy is the only time it seems it wants to relinquish control. And I kind of have issue with that. The argument that it would create market hunting is the same argument that was used with the sale of bear hides, both black and brown. We haven't seen it. It's just false. The value of these trophies, to be totally honest, the highest value to these trophies is to the person that took them. Beyond that, you're lucky to be able to get actually the taxidermy value out of that trophy. And currently, as we sit now, only Alaskan residents are the ones that are being punished for this, because if you move out of state to another state, and it's not illegal to sell that species in that state, these things are online. You can find them all the time. Moose mounts from Alaska, bear rugs from Alaska. The state says it's illegal, but evidently the state loses control when that thing leaves our borders. So the state hide horn sale just got conducted. Multiple bears, probably over 50% of the brown bears that were auctioned off at the hide horn sale went to non-residents out of state for the purpose of, even though they signed their form, no resale. Once it leaves Alaska, nobody tracks it, nobody knows where it goes, and it was for the purpose of resale, whether it be the claws or prepared mounts. So I'm inclined to support this proposal to put Alaskans back on the same table, even playing field that everybody else is on. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Additional discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I would just like to add one more thing to that. You know, residents aren't allowed to sell prepared trophies, but if a non-resident comes to Alaska, harvests a 10-foot grizzly bear on Kodiak and goes back home and has it life-size, and for whatever reason decides that he doesn't want it anymore, they're online. You can find them online, Kodiak brown bears, life-size mounts, several of them any given time. And so, because their state allows it, that's how they're allowed to sell it, not because of Alaska laws.
Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to Natalie and Ryan. If we approve this, and what kind of paperwork, how many people would be calling you if we approve this, because to get this permit? Do you have an idea?
Through the chair, that's a very good question, and we do not know. Right now, and the way the proposal is written, it would require a permit from the department, so someone would have to fill out an application and request this. Right now, the application process is pretty easy. It's posted online. Anyone can fill it out, send it in those cases where it's already legal. And so it's my guess is that we would do quite the same thing here. So in any given number of years, we could come back and tell you what kind of an increase we saw, if you're interested.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to just a little bit more for Mr. Hoffman, Member Hoffman, you know, we do get a handful of calls, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 in 6 months or, you know, something like that. It's not a huge number of calls that people just don't know what the rules are. So they're actually following up and looking into what it is. It is interesting, the proposal asks for a permit from the department, but if we're gonna go wholesale trophy sale, why do we even worry about it in the department? I mean, Natalie is absolutely correct. We could come back to you in 3 years and say, yeah, we issued permits to sell 17 Kodiak bear mounts and 56, you know, moose shoulder mounts or whatever, but I would encourage your board to think about what the, you know, what you guys need to know or really want to know at that point.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I just thought because this hasn't been legal, and I thought maybe get 50, 60, 70 years of backlog coming at you all at once, so that's all. Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, maybe I can help answer that question with Ryan. I talked to the author of this proposal, and he wanted to have a permit so it could be controlled. So we could actually get some information, some data. Also help out with wildlife enforcement, he said, because this is something very new. We didn't really do it with the black bears. And, you know, that was the whole fear, you know, 15 years ago that, you know, all of a sudden there's going to be market hunting and gallbladders will be on the market and, you know, the whole world's going to fall apart and we won't have any more black bears here. And yet, you know, they're not worth a lot of money. You know, the state sells the most bears and out of anybody, the department does, through their auctions. And you can look at their sheets and see how invaluable lots of these skins and antlers and horns are. So that was the reason the author wanted to have a permit in the start.
Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always thought that it becomes their property at take, but I guess I'm wrong. I'm just wondering what the troopers could weigh in here and tell us what their thoughts are.
Through the chair, Mr. Huntington, we don't have any comments that I can see here on this proposal. Like Ryan said, and we get multiple calls a year on how to do it. We usually, I mean, I know we've had a few reports of, you know, we'll see something on like Facebook or something where someone will be selling something and we go and contact them. And most of the time it's like an older woman whose husband died and she's trying to get rid of a bear rug. So we just tell her, go get a permit before you sell it. I mean, that's what we usually do.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One other point, we also heard mentioned that people would go out targeting trophy moose to market those animals. It's already legal. You shoot a 70-inch moose, you can cut those horns off the skull plate, sell the horns, sell the cape. It's already legal to do. The big exception is you just can't leave the horns attached to the skull plate, which most moose mounts now don't use the skull plate anyways. They're pinned onto the mounts. So I mean, a lot of the arguments opposed to this, they just don't hold water. In the facts, the numbers don't lie. On bear auctions, bears that are auctioned off, whether it's on an international sale or the state hide horn sale, the averages just are not there. Overall, I mean, typically black bear average, even on the state hide horn sale, which I've been involved in for a few years, $100, $200. Brown bears, on an average, $400 to $600, with a few that go for higher dollar amounts. So to say it's going to be market hunting or trophy hunting, I just flat don't see it.
James, you have any comment on this?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I keep going back to is the majority of the ACs were opposed to this, and then you had 2 ACs that were supporting it, and so I still haven't made up my mind on this yet, but I'm trying to find a reason why we shouldn't, and if that's the case.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is kind of just like a quick question. Let's say you had a federally qualified subsistence hunter hunt the park, kill a sheep, they do it consistently, selling them. I mean, is that going to be a professional, commercial person needing licensing? I mean, I don't.
Go ahead, Lynn.
So I guess I could use sheep as the same comparison. It already happens. They can sell those horns. They can sell that cape. You know, again, the horns have to be knocked off the skull, but those 40-inch sheep with the cape for it and everything, it's already legal to sell.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add from my perspective, you know, to me, this is, it's just protecting the resource from, you know, we already do it. We don't allow the sale of meat to protect the resource so people don't kill animals to sell the meat. And this kind of, this one, maybe not as much, but the possibility is there. So I'm leaning towards not supporting this and just for protecting the resource from unknowns.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do allow the sale of meat in small quantities. It falls underneath the bartering regulation or law, which allows the sale of some meat non-commercially. As far as like your sheep and your sheep cage or your sheep mount, you know, these people are going through the process of getting something mounted, and the cape raw and the antlers or the horns raw are worth more than if you put them both together and paid a taxidermist about $3,800 to do, which is about the ballpark figure on shoulder-mounted sheep right now. And you won't ever recoup that on the international or to the national market as just a taxidermy work. You would have been far better off, profit-wise, to sell the two horns without a skull plate in the cape, because they're worth, you know, $20-25 a pound for the horn, and the capes go anywhere from $450 to $700 a cape.
Thank you. Cheryl, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address or clarify something that Member Barrett said, that barter is allowed, so you can trade, say, salmon for moose meat or something like that, but you can't sell game for cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I might oppose this, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I think we've come a long ways in our management of all these animals, and it doesn't weigh as heavily on me as it used to. And although a lot of people oppose it, I could see where somebody could, you know, make a few dollars maybe. I don't see them getting rich off of it. But I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I might oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I was trying to, in my support for this thing, I was trying to discount the people are going to get rich off this. I guess I'm just more interested in when you've done everything legal, you've stayed within the state rules, and yet the state still controls it. I guess that's where the big crux is for me, and on when do they relinquish control, and at this stage, they never do. And I don't necessarily think that's appropriate. And again, I don't believe there's going to be any mad rush, and I did support the proposal as written to go through the department simply because it is the unknown, and it would be nice that if somebody had to apply for a permit, at least we would have some accurate data to know, okay, this is a non-issue or this is a huge issue. I think we required it for the sale of brown bear. We wanted to know how prevalent that was going to be. Evidently, it's a non-issue. And again, like I said, the dollar amounts aren't there. So the few guys that thought they were going to be able to harvest bears and make bank off it, I think they figured out pretty quick that there's not that big a market for it. So anyways, I just thought I'd add that to the record.
Thank you. And go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very curious after Member Fletcher, you know, talked about hunting in federal land, you know, what the rules were for use of those. And of course, Mr. Pappas is online as well. But it, you know, on page 19 of the federal subsistence regulations, it says you may sell the horns and antlers not attached to any part of the skull from legally harvested goat, sheep, deer, elk, caribou, except caribou harvested in Unit 23, moose or muskox. So
Thank you. Any other additional discussion or intent? I intend to vote no on this. I'm torn, because I'm thinking that, person who's shot something, has had it for 10 years in their house and is ready to move out of town, maybe they ought to be able to sell it. But, there's a lot of groups that oppose this. And, sometimes, listening to what the mood of the professional hunters and the outdoor council and the advisory committees and the people who testify here makes a little bit of difference. So I intend to oppose this at this point. Thank you. Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 147. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Brett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
That proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
This one, they don't have the authority.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 148, allow persons over the age of 65 to sell trophies and rugs.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Somewhat similar to the last proposal, Proposal 148 was submitted by a member of the public, and it asked to allow persons over a certain age to sell lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophies with a permit from the department under specific criteria, and the department is neutral on this proposal. Again, like you just heard, there are a limited number of ways that trophies can be sold in the state, so I'll skip right ahead. And also, since 2016, when the majority of the regulations were changed, we haven't seen a whole lot of permits be issued to sell trophies. So let's skip right to the proposed criteria for being able to sell in this case. So the person owning, and the proponent specifically used a bear rug as an example. So the person owning the rug must give the approximate date and place of kill. The age of the person requesting a permit to sell would have to be specified as well. Here it was suggested to be 65 years of age or older. And also the age of the bear rug, so say 25 years or old or older, and then their years of Alaska residency and the reason for selling. And the proponent really does appear to try to address all of those concerns that were just discussed by the board and the public with their proposal. This one really does appear to be geared toward exactly what was discussed. People attempting to be able to get rid of these trophies that they hold near and dear, but are no longer needed, wanted, what have you, for any number of reasons. By imposing the age requirements of the person trying to sell it and the item in question, they really do appear to be trying to help steer away from any proposed market value, anything like that. This just looks to be a way to get rid of some no longer wanted possessions, and even if they are wanted, maybe they don't have the capacity to keep them anymore. So that's where this appears to be coming from, at least in the opinion of the department after reading the proposal. So again, this is a public proposal to allow persons over a certain age to sell lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophies with a permit from the department under specific criteria. Existing regulations do result in relatively few permits to sell trophies, and but yeah, the same information applies to this one as well. There is a question to the Department of Law about whether or not the board has the authority to allow a specific age class of person to do certain items that someone else can't. This is separate from the youth hunt, which does have ages in statute. So there is a hanging question out there for the Department of Law on this one. And with that, if you have any questions for us, we're happy to take them.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm aware of the answer to that question, but I will allow the Department of Law to answer that question about our authority to set an age-specific regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, I did include a note in the memo that I've given you that you don't have the statutory authority to discriminate based on age in this circumstance, but there are other aspects of this proposal that you could address. And I am aware that often that these questions do come in for people that are at or near retirement age, maybe looking to downsize, and they can give away trophies, but they are prohibited from selling them in that situation unless they decide to get divorced or go into bankruptcy. So I'm not sure how the board wants to go with this proposal, but the age restriction would need to be authorized by statute. Thank you.
And just if we chose to want to support this, there would be no problem if we decided that a person could sell a trophy 10 years after they had acquired it or some other time period rather than using an age of the person. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Stosh, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Before I heard the response from the department, I was going to say, ask Natalie or Ryan if I could give my furs to my dad and then he could sell them, and how would you regulate that, or could you?
Okay, go ahead, Al.
So you had mentioned, you know, somebody having a prepared trophy for 10 years. I guess we go right back to how do we prove that it's at least 10 years old? But I would, you know, be willing to eliminate through an amendment the age 65.
A second.
Thank you, but that would, that makes more similar to the previous one, but with additional permit conditions on this one. I don't know if anyone has an interest in that amendment, but we have an amendment before us, so any discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Orville.
The reason I did that is because, so we could discuss it because we're discussing nothing at that point. So
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on the proposal? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support the amended proposal, based on still the same reasons. When does the state relinquish control?
Thank you, Stosh. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't support it. It puts us back essentially into the same exact proposal we just voted down. So on that basis, I don't support the amendment.
Yeah, I also wouldn't support the amendment. I think we all understand that there's reasons why people would want to sell things, but there was certainly a discomfort with open selling and at the previous one. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question on the amendment?
On the amendment, Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Barrett. No. Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
and Chairman Burnett.
No.
That amendment fails 2 to 5.
At this point, I think then we should take no action on this proposal because we are unable to pass this. We have no authority to pass the proposal as written.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 148.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. No objection. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 240, allow the sale of a game skin or trophy from a revocable trust.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 240 was submitted by the public, and it asked to allow the sale of big game trophies from a revocable trust with a permit from the department. And the department is neutral on the proposal. Again, the exact same information that you just saw in the previous proposals, so we'll skip right to the point of this one. Currently, there's a typo on that slide. That should be 92031. A court-appointed or duly authorized estate executor or a referee in a bankruptcy may sell a game skin or trophy in a bankruptcy or probate action if that person first obtains a permit from the department. This proposal asks to add those words in red that say, or from a revocable trust. So the regulation would read, a court-appointed or duly authorized estate executor or a referee in a bankruptcy may sell a game skin or trophy in a bankruptcy or probate action or from a revocable trust if that person first obtains a permit from the department. And so again, this proposal was looking to add the words in red, and as it stands now, only trophies from estates in probate can be sold, which means anyone that puts these items into a revocable trust cannot be sold. If probate is avoided entirely, those items can't be sold. So that's the crux of the issue here. So again, the proposal was submitted by a member of the public, asked for items in a revocable trust to be sold, and I'd actually asked for Cheryl to enlighten us all as to the differences in revocable trusts and probate, because that's the heart of the issue here. There's a specific legal issue that the proposal is trying to address. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cheryl, would you like to do that at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did include a note on this proposal as well in my legal memo. To answer Natalie's question, a revocable trust and a non-revocable trust are pretty much what their names say. A non-revocable cannot be revoked. The individual is pretty much who has given property to the trust. The trust is now the legal owner, and the individual no longer can move that property in or out of the trust or try to sell it. In a revocable trust, the settler is the name of the individual who creates the trust and puts property into it. The settler maintains full control over that during that person's lifetime. And that's why this proposal will not get the proposer where she wants to be, because once that death occurs, the property is automatically transferred according to the terms of the revocable trust. It then is owned by the beneficiary. It is no longer owned by the trust. So that this is not going to help the situation. This would need to be amended in some way to basically change the terms of the trust or allow the beneficiary of the revocable trust at the time of death to sell it, because I also just want to briefly explain to anybody who's listening and doesn't quite understand what probate is. Probate is a way to transfer property of an owner, and an executor or personal representative is appointed who has the authority to do that when the person who owns the property is no longer alive and can't sign a document like a deed to real property or title to a vessel or a vehicle. So probate authorizes, the court authorizes somebody to make those transfers for you once you're no longer alive and can't do it yourself. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So in order to reach this, as I understand it, the amendment that would be necessary would be to allow the beneficiary of a revocable trust to sell a trophy. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and you might consider, if you do decide to go down that path, what kind of time frame that you would allow that to occur.
Thank you. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It'd be worth noting that this is the one question that the department gets regularly. This is the one sticky wicket in this process, when people think that they have it all planned out, that they'll be able to sell these items at a certain point, and then they apply for the permit and we tell them, we're sorry, the estate's not in probate or something or other, so you can't. So this one does come up repeatedly. Again, not often, as you've seen from our previous presentations, that none of this happens real often, but this is the one where it does appear to, there is a real issue here that the board has the ability to address if they so choose.
Yeah, I'm not nearly old enough to worry about this for myself, but for some people, many people have been using a revocable trust as a vehicle rather than using the other means of transferring property upon their death. So this probably is occurring more and more frequently. So do we have any interest in getting to that? I'm not seeing a lot of response from the board, but, you know, if someone dies and leaves a trophy in their will to their beneficiary, that trophy can be sold, but if they leave it in a revocable trust, the beneficiary they can't sell it. So, go ahead. Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to put on the record, Fairbanks Advisory Committee was in favor of this proposal. A couple of members of the public were opposed to it, and a lot took no action. And seems like that's what this board is doing by not commenting. But seems like you have to either get your trophy and get old real quick, or die. Get rid of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go down, I'll probably just support it as it is, or not support it as written. But you know, this is just a classic example of the last two proposals. You know, the state's controlling personal property. Besides alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, there's basically nothing, or pharmaceuticals, not firearms, pharmaceuticals. The state has no control over your private property except your game. And it doesn't apply to fish. I believe it doesn't apply, I'm almost certain it doesn't apply to fish. And so, you know, this could all be avoided if we would have acted a little differently on the other two. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brett. Any additional discussion on this proposal? If not,
Call a question?
question's been called.
The board, is there no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted?
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 240. Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 149, create separate Dall sheep permit draw for secondary kindred hunters in areas that limit the number of non-resident hunters.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Switching gears here a little bit, proposal 149 was also submitted by the public, and it asked to create separate Dall sheep drawing hunts for non-residents hunting with resident relatives in existing drawing hunts with no more than 20% of permits awarded to non-residents by guided resident relatives. The department is neutral on the proposal. Some background for you. Board findings, 2017-222 BOG, have a guide allocation between user groups, specifically resident and non-resident, or excuse me, they guide the allocation between user groups, specifically resident and non-resident hunters. And in some cases, the board has further allocated at the non-resident level between guided non-residents and non-residents hunting with resident relatives. For example, in the Tok management area, 10% of permits go to non-residents, and a maximum of 50% of the non-resident permits go to non-residents accompanied by resident relatives. And so the proposed new hunts would be taken from the existing allocations for non-residents, so no overall change there. And if adopted, the department does recommend that the board address each section that there already exists an allocation on to make the allocations there. So not asking for new ones, take a look at the ones that you already have, and then make the allocation between non-residents accompanied by resident relatives and non-residents accompanied by registered guides. And the distinction is necessary because the department uses its discretionary permit authority to adjust the total number of permits in each area, and then applies the board's allocation guidelines. And the department does that so that hunters are aware of how many permits are available to each of them. So it's easier for the department to have a whole new hunt number in each of those cases so that the non-residents hunting with a registered guide are aware of the number of permits that they have a possibility of getting, and that the non-residents accompanied by resident relatives have know exactly how many permits they are in the running for. And so Just a note that there are some existing ones in regulation and that the board has or would like the board to discuss those existing ones currently and make their decisions after those. So again, this proposal asks to create separate Dall sheep drawing hunts for non-residents hunting with resident relatives and allow no more than 20% of the permits awarded to non-residents guided by resident relatives. And we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Board discussion. I think we need to take about a 10-minute break here at this point because I didn't hear any discussion, and we want to have some when we come back. Thank you. Gonna call the meeting back to order. And I see that all of our members are in the room.
Commissioner instructed me to get you something better. I'm open to suggestions.
Okay, so the department did their presentation on here. We had no discussion prior to the break. Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's questions for the department. How many permits are we talking about here with this proposal? What are we, like, number-wise?
Through the chair, not very many. If you take a look at the department's comments on the proposal, and even the proposal itself, it identifies the hunts where there already is an existing resident, non-resident allocation. And you can see from the numbers included in the proposal itself, I'm not talking about very many permits here. So again, this is just an allocation. I think, and don't quote me on this one, I can verify, but I think the largest non-resident resident allocation split we have on the table right now is currently an 80-20 split. So we're thinking you're potentially addressing half of that 20% with this proposal. And that's just an example of one of the many. So no, we're not talking about hundreds of permits by any means. This is a very fine scale allocation between the board's existing resident, non-resident allocation.
Thanks.
And this is actually a non-resident allocation. That's what we're looking at here. And Natalie, for the other permit hunts where we have a 2DK and a non-resident, what percentage of 2DKs? And more importantly, what percentage of 2DKs relative to guided hunters apply for these? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, we can get that information for you. We do not currently have it. Again, the other existing allocations that are in regulation are rather finite. So we're looking at 10% of the total number of permits available in all of those areas. So we can definitely get those numbers for you. We don't have them currently, but it is still a small portion that you're looking at here.
And in each case that's in the proposal itself, it's more than 10%. It's 20% or 14%, 14.5%, 14.57%, whatever. Or 12% of the permits. 20, 14 or 12% of the permits are 2DKs in the proposal as I read it. So, board discussion now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a real timely break. Was able to talk to the author about it. I can support this proposal with the explanation that I got from the author. These 2DK permits would be guaranteed, and it would basically come out of the guide or the guided allocation portion. So I don't see a downfall to this. I think it's a better opportunity for 2DKs to actually get drawn.
Al, just to be clear, I think what you meant to say would come out of the non-resident portion, which may or may not be guided with the current allocation.
Right. Thank you.
But
Thank you for that clarification.
just to make sure that we are extremely accurate in what we say. James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the same reason that Member Barrett explained, I could also be supportive of this as well.
Additional discussion, board?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead, poll the board. Christie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 149, Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
That proposal carries 6-1.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 150. 150, increase the number of times a hunter may apply for a drawing permit hunts for each species.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 150 was submitted by a member of the public, and it asks to allow applicants to apply for up to 10 drawing hunts per species, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Some background for you. Applicants for drawing hunts can currently apply for 6 drawing hunts for the same species, and all 6 choices can be for the same hunt. Prior to 2016, applicants were limited to 3 hunts per species and could only apply once per hunt. After receiving multiple requests to implement bonus points or preference points or both, the board changed the regulations to allow applicants to put in for 6 hunts per species and to put in for hunts multiple times, up to a total of 6. Doing so potentially increased a person's chances of winning their desired hunts, and as you'll see on the next 3 slides, it did. If you take a look at the information that we have, this is the same information that we presented to the board in 2017, and the reason we're using this one is because we want to show the board exactly what the change looked like for the first year that it was in effect. So as soon as the board changed to allow applicants to put in for hunts 6 times and to allow all 6 for the same hunt, you can see from the slides that hunters did notice an increase in their chances of winning the one hunt that they really, really wanted to. So this next series of slides includes a couple of the more popular hunts, which were at the time were the subject of those requests for bonus points or preference points or what have you. So this first slide shows the chances of a person winning a toque sheep hunt. And yep, one of the reasons that we didn't include additional data is because the number of permits changes throughout the year. So again, we really just wanted to show the board what happened the year immediately following when this change was in effect. So you have the year where it wasn't and then the year where it was. So here's the toque sheep and Delta bison and Nunivak Island. So you'll notice you did see a slight increase in a person's chances after the board went to 6 hunts per species and all 6 for the same choice. And so again, this proposal is quite similar, but it asks to increase a person's number of times they can put in for up to 10 per species. So again, this was submitted by the public. It would allow applicants to apply for up to 10 hunts per species. And the department is neutral on the proposal and recognizes that the changes the board made in 2016 did increase a person's chances of winning the hunt, even if they were ever so slight, but it was an increase. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Thank you, Natalie. Any board questions and comments on this one? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this. I realize that it can produce money for PR match, but there's many Alaskans like myself that are financially challenged, and, you know, we can't compete with those, you know, adding 4 more permits to, you know, lessen our chances. That's the way I feel on it. Thank you.
Additional comments? Go ahead, Jake.
I'm going to kind of echo those last comments too. I kind of think, you know, you got to draw a line somewhere. You know, we could keep on up and so I'm gonna follow with the last board member's comments.
Additional, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have to agree with Member Fletcher and Barrett. And we had a fair amount of opposition from the ACs. We did have one AC that supported it, but 3 ACs that opposed it.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Ryan, not Natalie, but Ryan. I want to know how many times we would have, how many chances I would need to put in order to get a Berners Bay moose permit.
Mr. Chairman, more than 6.
Well, that's clear from the last 30 years. So anyway, any additional discussion, comments on this? I don't intend to support it. I think, you know, you do have to draw a line somewhere. It's been drawn at 6, and I think it's working pretty well now.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 150. Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No?
Mr. Keo.
Nope.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
And Mr. Hoffman.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 151, require all hunters to apply for permit hunts and pay the application fee during the application period.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 151 was proposed by a member of the public, would require all hunters to apply for permits during the regular draw application period, and the department's recommendation is neutral. We see this proposal as, I will go so far as to say, ultra allocative. A couple different examples that were found in the proposal, 92061, in regards to Kodiak brown bear hunts, 92069 in regards to Kayakuk moose hunts. Permits for the Kodiak area, permits are awarded via the regular draw. Any unused permits are awarded following the alternate list. Any remaining permits after that are available over the counter as a registration hunt. Permits are awarded for the moose hunts, permits are awarded via the regular draw. Any unused permits are awarded following the alternate list, and any remaining permits after that are also available over the counter as a registration hunt. These were just two examples provided in the proposal, but for the board, there are other examples of this in the state. Southeast Alaska black bears is actually another example. The proposal seeks to prevent the department from issuing any undersubscribed drawing permits to people that have not first applied for and paid the fee during the regular permit application period. Under 5 AAC 92052, except as otherwise provided, if a drawing permit hunt is undersubscribed, surplus permits may be made available at the Division of Wildlife Conservation Office responsible for the management of the applicable hunt. That's essentially the guidance that we have if we don't have a fully subscribed hunt. 151 is a public proposal requiring all hunters to apply for permits during the regular draw application period. The department is neutral. The department also notes that this proposal has been fairly controversial. There are a lot of comments. We heard a lot of comments in public testimony, advisory committees, as well as public comments. Many of the hunts that would be impacted by this have been developed over time. Many started with actual management plans, the Kayakuk Moose Plan, Unit 4 Brown Bear Management Plan or Management Strategy, the Kodiak Island Bear Management Plan. Some of those have been in place for 40 years and have, there's been changes here and there, but certainly they've stood the test of time, if you will. Many of those, I would say all of them, in the cases I mentioned, involved a group of people that came together and spent some time trying to figure out what to do, how to do it, including recommendations for allocations. Obviously, the board is responsible for that, but many of those recommendations had been adopted. Obviously, some were rejected or went a different direction. The other thing I would note about this proposal is it lists several different places that a wholesale change at a statewide Board of Game meeting would have impacts to. Kodiak Island, interior moose hunts, Southeast Alaska with brown bears as well as black bears. And while certainly the allocative nature of this and the request is solely in the board's hands, I encourage you to consider that we will be in Region 2 next year, where Kodiak Island bear hunts could be discussed then. The following year, we'll also be in Southeast, where this would be applicable there. And then the following year, we'll be back here in the interior. And I would encourage you to consider that as rather than a blanket wholesale approach to this. However, it is in the board's hands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, with how I make my living, where I make my living, I'm going to have to abstain from deliberations. I'm going to go join everybody out in the peanut gallery.
Thank you. Orville.
Thank you. This would be a hard proposal to defend, but what's the difference between ultra-conservative allocation and allocation?
Did I say ultra-conservative?
Something.
Yeah, ultra allocative, because this gets down into not only, you know, residents versus non-residents, which the Board of Game has findings to guide that, and then we have regulation telling us what to do with these permits. It starts to break down various user groups within those permits as well.
Okay, go ahead, Orville, follow up.
Hearing that, I can't see myself defending this proposal, but I'll listen to other board members.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan, so when you were talking there, you mentioned that some of those management plans have, quote, stood the test of time. Just so I'm clear, what you mean by that is that those management plans have been good for conservation, or if they maybe weren't, then those conservation plans would not have been stood the test of time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Cooney, I think that I'd have to look at a broad scale on the conservation question. There are places, obviously, that we have population concerns or hunt concerns, things like that. But in general, we still have game populations here. And the game populations that are noted in Proposal 151, you know, yeah, they go up, down, we make some tweaks here and there. Truly my intent of that statement was, this board and previous boards have heard many, many proposals for a variety of the hunts that this would impact. And that's appropriate in my opinion. That's what, you know, we're all here for, is to identify changes that could be made, and that, you know, maybe it is for conservation, maybe it's gonna make it better. But a wholesale, you know, a significant wholesale redirection, most of them haven't had that recently. In Southeast, we've tweaked the brown bear management strategy a few times to actually try to get back on track with it. We heard a number of Unit 8 brown bear proposals at the last Region 2 meeting. There were some changes made there, others weren't. So that's really what I meant by this, you know, the test of time.
Go ahead, James.
Thank you. Essentially what I'm hearing then is that some of these management plans have been very good. Others, it's uncertain, but at the very least, with this proposal, because it's statewide, it could impact some of the areas that have had good conservation results. Would that be fair to say, or no?
Through the chair, Member Cooney, I think that's fair to say.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I'm clear, I think, you know, the Koyukuk registration or drawing, which has probably been the longest one on the books, outside the Bears, Kodiak Bears, and the Newitna and the Selawik draw hunts. Those guides or those non-residents applying already have guide-client agreements and put into the draw.
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes. And they've been announced.
And so basically, what the proposer is suggesting is that Kodiak is the only one, or am I missing another one?
Through the chair, Member Brett, the way I read the proposal, obviously we are into the next, you know, the draw has been announced. People have already applied. I mean, but I see this taking effect down the road. You know, anytime we would address something like this, where we've already moved through the application process, and we would ask you to hold off. We'd ask you to defer for a year. So I don't think it's limited to just one of those places.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Ryan, this proposal, which requires everyone to draw and and pay the fee and doesn't allow for people to come. What's the purpose of a draw hunt?
We use a draw hunt essentially when there's a finite amount of game and a lot of interest, but we're still meeting subsistence needs. And it's also a fairly, it's a good way to manage game. We can offer X number of permits. We have a pretty good idea of percentages that'll hunt by draw. We have a pretty good idea of what harvest will look like. And it also, it helps equal the field. Our drawing process is a random draw. While the chairman may not have received a Berner's moose permit in, 30 years, you have an equal chance for everybody.
Okay, so in this case, that equal chance, but the limiting of people to that population, the limiting impact of that population is totally being taken care of with the current process, even because you don't offer more hunts than there are draw permits available. So you're not doing anything for conservation by making this change, correct?
Through the chair, I would agree, yes.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question, I guess, for Cheryl. In this proposal, the author quoted a claim that's found on a advertisement website or something that says exclusive, no drawing, Kodiak brown bear hunt, giants of Kodiak Island, Alaska, skip the permit drawing process and hunt the world's largest bears. The part about skipping the drawing process, is that a true statement?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it could be in certain circumstances, because if the permits are not issued during the draw, then they're available. And I'll let Natalie address how those permits are issued then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get to how those permits are issued, just a point of clarification for Member Barrett's original or previous question about how those permits or undersubscribed permits are utilized. The guides in those other areas likely do put their clients in for all those permits, but not necessarily. And I can't speak every time as to why they might not do that. I don't know all of their practices about when they get their clients and when they apply for their hunts, but it's my impression that it is absolutely reasonable to assume that they might end up in a situation where they could take another client, and in that case, they would follow that undersubscribed permit process and pick up one of those outside of the regular drawing process. I don't know the ins and outs of why they might do that or why they might not, but we do know that some of them have utilized the permits in that manner. So yes, yeah, so that's the answer to that question. When these drawing permits are announced, and we just did this last month, we do identify the hunts that have undersubscribed permits. These are the ones that have fewer number of people applying for them than we have permits available. And in each of those cases, the department does announce the number of those undersubscribed permits available and the hunts that are still left on the table, if you will. And tells the public when those permits can be made available at the offices that manage those hunts. And in that case, they are still drawing permits, but they're handled more similarly to registration permits. They require a person to contact the department, provide all the same information that would be required during the regular drawing permit process, and then they are awarded the drawing permit essentially over the counter outside of that regular process. And that's all done following the board's regulations for how to handle those undersubscribed permits.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my own clarification here, so guide submits Hunter X for the permit, Hunter X draws the permit. At some point between drawing it and the timing of the hunt, Hunter X can't come up on the hunt. So at that time, can the guide come in with Hunter Y or present Hunter Y in there and get that same tag so it still goes utilized? Is that how that works?
Through the chair, There are two different things that we're discussing right now. The first is the undersubscribed permits, which are the ones that are not fully allocated through the draw, and I keep saying fully allocated, the ones that have fewer people who apply for them than there are permits available. 100 permits available, 50 applicants, all 50 get permits. There's 50 undersubscribed drawing permits for that application process. Member Keough, the questions you just asked are what we call our alternate list. And there are hunts that are in regulation and then also done through discretionary authority that are handled on the terms of an alternate list. For those hunts, and I struggle to remember exactly which one of these. There's a bison hunt in units 11 and 13, and I don't remember which one, but there's a bison hunt that's done on an alternate list schedule where access is, I'll just leave it at that. The people who win that hunt are required to contact the department and express their intent to actually utilize the permit. If they fail to contact the department and express their intent to actually go hunting, the department contacts the next winner on the list and offers them the permit. This is to maximize the number of hunters in the field, to make sure all of those permits actually go used. In a lot of cases, people win drawing permits and then they realize exactly the logistics of the hunt, or for whatever reason they can't go. And so those are handled through our alternate permit winner process. And again, there are some hunts in regulation where that alternate list is built in as an actual component of it. There are additional ones where the department implements that alternate portion of it separately. And in those cases, once all the alternates on that list are used up, those permits can be made available following the undersubscribed process as well.
So under the way this proposal is worded, then, if the individual, you exhausted your alternate list, so now they're available, the way this proposal is written, if that individual wants the permit, hadn't put in for the permit and paid the permit fee, he wouldn't be eligible for the permit.
To the chair, that's the way I understand the proposal as well.
Any additional discussion on this? You know, I think one way we could get to the intent of this proposal is to just not require all non-residents to do this and not have them sign guide contracts until after they get their permits. But I don't think that would be very practical. It would, in fact, make it almost impossible to manage the hunts or manage the guiding businesses. So I think the way we're doing it actually works pretty well. And I understand that not everyone pays that fee, but you know, how does the fee for applying for the hunt compare to the fee from the licenses for these hunts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in direct answer to your question, those fees for applying for the hunts are set in statute, and they are, for most hunts, $5, not a very large application fee. And while I can, I'd also like to remind the board that this undersubscribed process and the alternate hunt process, they're not specific to non-residents. There are a number of residents that also utilize the undersubscribed permit process and pick up those undersubscribed hunts as well.
Okay. So again, this would prevent resident hunters from having opportunity if this were to pass, as well as non-resident hunters. And it would impact guide businesses. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just go on. I guess I'm not going to support this proposal. I think the system we've got, I mean, you have to be honest with you, it almost seems like we're squabbling over $5. Which is ridiculous when you look at the non-resident hunting license, non-resident tags. $5 doesn't even play into it. So it feels like the system we've got going right now, been in place a long time. And I guess the saying, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? So I'm not going to support this proposal.
Thank you. Any additional? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, just to build the record a little bit, there was split AC support for this. It just seems to cause a lot more problems economically for a lot of people than it's worth. I'm not going to support it either. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'm gonna support this either. Again, Member Keel kind of hit on it. We're not actually dealing with an allocation, we're dealing with the technicality of how we issue a drawing permit. And for the most part, I think it's been working really well. I don't see the only upside that I see of, somebody actually putting their name and a $5 into the hat is like one member had mentioned that, we're gaining $5 more, $15 matching or 20. And so, I think the guides they'll help out with the department if that is really still an issue, but I'm not gonna support this based on just a slight technicality on how a permit is issued.
Thank you, Al. And any additional discussion? We're
Call the
ready.
question.
Question has been called. Orville, would you give the cost statement?
I have it in front of me. Passing this proposal is not expected to cost, well, the guides would pay a higher cost, but in fact, the department would lose a lot of money too. So I guess there is a cost associated with this. Proposal should have passed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, call the roll, Christie.
Final action on proposal 151. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Huntington? And Chairman Burnett?
No.
That proposal fails 0-6 with Member Fletcher abstained.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 241, remove allocations between guided and non-guided non-resident hunters.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 241 was proposed by a member of the public. It seeks to remove all allocations between non-residents accompanied by registered guides and non-residents accompanied by resident relatives, also known as second degree of kindred hunts. Department recommendation is neutral. The board generally relies on findings to allocate between users, specifically residents and non-residents. In some instances, the board has further allocated at the non-resident level between non-residents hunting with registered guides and non-residents hunting with resident relatives. Just a few examples of where this occurs. This is not an extensive list. Toke management area, and you can see generally in the last bullets, the percentage of permits that would be allocated to non-residents accompanied by resident relatives. Some more of those examples, several of the moose hunts that we were talking about in the previous proposal. Also, we have again in Southeast Alaska, which I failed, ironically, failed to put in here. We have the same type of allocation process for brown bear hunts in Unit 4 as well. If adopted, all non-residents would be in the same pool of applicants. There would be no more allocation between guided non-residents and unguided non-residents. As I stated before, the drawing process relies on random chance. Everybody's pretty much equal to being drawn. The results would vary from hunt to hunt, and it's really hard to, it's very difficult, and that's why that middle bullet is up there. If everybody goes into the same pool, we can't predict, as far as a non-resident hunter, how they're going to come out, whether they seek to hunt with a relative or seek to hunt with a guide as well. Some existing regulations allow for, undersubscribed permits to be awarded to the other group in order to issue all available permits. In addition to this, I would just note several things that I mentioned in the previous proposal. Many of these allocations were decided in a consensus group within the regions that they were discussed. There are, hunt-specific implications for how the board has ultimately allocated these permits. And I would encourage you to consider where the board will be meeting in the next couple of years if interested in pursuing this. In Unit 4, the 2DK or second degree of kindred drawing program has only been in place for a few years, 2017 as well, and was indicated by the brown bear management strategy as well. This one's also been a fairly controversial proposal, and I again encourage the board to think through where we'll be meeting to identify, to take up these individual hunts that a wholesale statewide proposal may not serve the best interest. And with that, Proposal 241 is a public proposal, would remove all allocations between non-residents accompanied by registered guides and non-residents accompanied by resident relatives. The department's recommendation is neutral.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. I kind of had originally planned on being able to participate here, but, being as I can only apply 4 hunters for my permits, I'm not gonna be able to participate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions from board members? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just get this out there. I have to agree with the department on this. I don't necessarily think a blanket on this one's gonna work statewide. I'd rather deal with this on a hunt-by-hunt basis on the demand, the interest. So with that, I'm inclined not to support this proposal for a statewide deal.
Okay, James, any comments?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Member Keough that I'm having a hard time with this one, obviously, and the last one too, just having the full statewide, because I believe we just passed a 2DK proposal, in an effort to try and establish an authorization for second degree kindred residents to have non-residents come up and hunt with them. And so undoing that, I think would be counter to what we just talked about doing and supporting it. So.
Yep, that's correct. We did establish this, and we did it so that there would be certainty for the 2DK non-guided hunters, so that we'd make sure that at least one got one in each of those hunts. So, yeah, go ahead, Orville.
I'll just refer to my comments on the last proposal and note that there was one in support, 2 opposed as far as advisory committees, and I won't be supporting the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Al, you haven't said anything on this one yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be able to support this neither. This didn't, these allocations, were individually done regionally or by unit, and I don't think taking it up at a statewide and just wiping them out, plus with the prior action we took with the last proposal. So I'd rather see it done by unit or by region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional discussion on this?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Could you do cost statement? Al's going to do the cost statement.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons of this regulation if adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 241. Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
And Mr. Barrett.
No.
That proposal fails 0-6 with Member Fletcher abstained.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 153, establish a bonus point system for bison and muskox drawing hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will be joined again by Assistant Director Tony Cavalock for this one.
Awesome.
Okay, Natalie, can you put that screen up for me? I was trying to get mine loaded.
We are ready when you are, Tony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm trying to get my PowerPoint loaded here. It seems to be blocked. It's saying it won't share the screen.
We do have it up. I think someone else has shared.
Okay, so you're looking at the proposal right now then?
Yes.
Good, okay. This proposal, proposal 153, it's a public proposal. It seeks to establish a bonus point draw system whereby applicants for bison and muskox would be awarded additional chances to draw a permit based on the number of times they have been unsuccessful in previous drawings. This is, we'll get into the background here in just a moment. The department's opposed to this. At this time, there's likely to be a substantial cost and some challenges with implementing this bonus point draw system with a very limited benefit to the public. Next slide, please. This proposal, again, is for bonus point drawing system for bison and muskox only, for only those two species. And over the past several years, the board has considered and discussed similar proposals many times at previous meetings. Many fish and game agencies throughout the Western US and elsewhere employ bonus or preference point systems for their drawing hunts. Most of these agencies advise us against using these methods for allocating draw permits due to the difficulty of implementing them. And then once you've actually established a system, it's very difficult to backtrack and get out of it. In fact, we've seen over time, many states have had to modify their systems continually to adjust for what we call bonus point or preference point creep, where the more people are in the pool after time, the chances of drawing actually get farther and farther out there. Next slide, please. Bonus point systems require complex tracking and managing of draw applicants, the customers over time. That in of itself creates the need to develop a database separate from a lot of what we already do. And we would have to likely establish a sportsman or hunter ID, which is something that we've attempted in the past. The time and cost to manage such systems can be very large and expensive. The other side of this is that drawing odds do not increase as much at all with very large pools, because if you've got thousands of people putting in for a very limited number of permits, then you have one more chance at that. Your odds might go up at a very small, almost infinitesimal amount, say from 0.8% to 0.9% or 1%. So that the chances of drawing over time will inevitably increase, but they're not necessarily going to be substantial for applicant pools where there's large numbers of applicants. Anyway, because of that, it would likely be many years before an applicant was ultimately successful. Go ahead. Again, proposal 153 is a public proposal. It seeks to establish a bonus point draw system for applicants for bison and muskox. Would be awarded additional chances to draw a permit based on the number of times they have been unsuccessful in previous drawings. And at this time, we're opposed. Would likely be a cost to this associated with implementing this system with very limited benefit to the public. And on a side note, I just wanted to clarify, one of the reasons I was asked to give this proposal is because of my years of experience applying for, and in a few cases, hunting outside Alaska. And I just wanted to share with you that I understand where the desire for doing this is coming from. And I find it interesting that New Mexico, Idaho, and Alaska are, if you will, the last three states, and the only three states that have been regularly resisting this move to go towards a bonus or preference point system. In fact, I got a report recently from Idaho on their last go round where they had, again, a similar request to implement a bonus point system in that state as well. And in talking to other states, it appears that a lot of them have opted for other methods to, shall we say, increase draw odds by implementing weighting systems, weighting periods, or allowing to draw only for certain species versus other species. Other ways you can manage that to actually increase the pool for any one particular hunt. And that's something we already do here in Alaska to address some of that. And of course, as Natalie discussed earlier, she mentioned the board's move several years ago to implement 6 chances at a draw permit as an alternative to just 1 chance for a particular hunt, so that in chance you could increase your chances for that one hunt 6 times if you chose to spend the additional fees for those hunts on just one hunt. Anyway, with that, I'll leave it up to the board. If you have questions, I'd be happy to entertain those at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Discussions from board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting against this. You know, it's just a math problem. Bonus points sound good, and it seems like they may or may not give you, or they may give you an added advantage over time. The problem here is just with the Delta Bison permit, about 17,500 people applied last year, round numbers, slightly higher than what it was, but it works good for math. With nobody getting in the pool and not counting, you know, attrition, it would take basically 145 years to go through those 1,700 people, because there's 120 permits issued annually. So, I mean, that's real simple. It would still shorten it, but it would take 100 years to go through your first 1,700 people, because we all start out at one point.
So some of us have a good start on that.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not real sure I'm going to trust Al's math on that, but I think it's going to be a long time. Yeah, I guess I don't see starting up a whole new system for 2 species. So, and again, I've kind of run the numbers. He and I've talked over the years about this whole thing too, and yeah, I just don't see it making much of a change in anything. And this is a person that's put in for, I don't know, 30 plus years for bison and hasn't drawn yet. So anyways, I don't plan on supporting this proposal.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to build a record that there were no ACs in support of this. In fact, I don't see any support. I'll be in opposition to this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a hard time supporting this as well as a resident hunter myself. You know, if implemented or supported, you start accumulating these points, and then after so many years, I'm able to draw, and then I am unsuccessful. That pretty much seals my fate on ever being able to apply and hunt these 2 species again. So the unintended consequence for some of these residents out there that may be looking at this as an advantage is that you maybe get 1 chance at it, and that's going to probably be it for you. And so, you know, to say that the residents don't have an advantage right now, you certainly won't if implemented after that.
Think of all the money you would save on your drawing applications, though, if you were unsuccessful. So one of the points the maker of this proposal had was he wants to increase the probability of residents versus non-residents in here. And we did have a discussion earlier about a proposal to go to 10 times drawing. You could, what would the department's stance be on giving residents more draw opportunities on an annual basis in this relative to non-residents?
Mr. Chair, do you mean in terms of providing, say, more chances at any one permit? In other words, that maybe they could apply, for example, 6 times versus a non-resident would be limited to something less than that, like 3 times? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. You know, we could even go to 10 times for residents on these 2 permits and 3 times for non-residents, or once, I don't care. But anyway, that's the other alternative to accomplish one of the goals of this person.
It's, I guess, totally be up to the board. Again, implementing a 10 choice or 10 opportunities system would be, I guess, expanding our existing system, and maybe Natalie can speak to that, but I'm sure it's implementable. It's just would be up to the board because ultimately it would be an allocative decision, in this case for the number of draw applications.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you noticed when we talked about with the proposal to increase the number of chances, if you will, from 6 to 10, the last time we doubled the chances, and that's kind of important. And you saw the impact of that. Now, I mean, it's kind of geeky, I get it, but we would actually want to model that to see. But my gut tells me your chances of actually drawing, you may realize some of that resident, non-resident split, but you're still going to be waiting a long time, especially for these permits because of, you know, the number of applicants, which is only slightly lower than Burgers Bay Moose. You know, you're still going to be waiting a long time.
Yeah, and I have been. So, you know, I think Lynn and I are in the same area on this. So anyway, go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify something for the record, Anchorage AC did support it.
Okay, so we do have one AC supporting but no others. Any additional comments on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public in regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 153. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
And Mr. Cooney.
No.
That proposal fails as 0-7.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Ryan.
Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I just wanted to say thank you to Tony Cavalock. He came and helped us out with a handful of proposals, as other staff has done. However, it's important to me and to him and to Natalie and others to recognize this is Tony Cavalock's last Board of Game proposal. He has announced his retirement, and he will be going soon. Tony came to the division as the area biologist in Palmer and has served as the assistant director for a long time. The other reason we invited him here was because he was greatly involved the last time we went around with bonus points and preference points. So thank you, Tony, and best wishes.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay. At this time, we're going to take a short break. meeting back to order. And, go ahead, Stas.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 154, direct ADF&G to issue an additional permit when a party application is drawn as the last permit.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 154 was submitted by the public, and it asks to issue an additional permit when a party application is drawn as the last permit for a hunt, for hunts that have more than 10 permits available. And the department is neutral on the proposal. Some background for you. There's a regulation that allows for 2 hunters to apply as a party in a drawing permit hunt, and if drawn, both applicants will receive a permit. The way the random draw currently works, an applicant puts in as an individual for a hunt and receives 1 random number for that application. Think of it as a raffle ticket. When 2 people apply as a party, the 2 people share 1 raffle ticket. If there are 20 permits available and permits 1 through 19 are awarded to individual applicants and the 20th is marked to go to a party application, they get skipped and the 20th permit is awarded to person 22. You can see that on the screen here. And why that way and why not 2 numbers? From what I can tell, that was the easiest way to do it back in the 60s when this started. There have been internal discussions to change that. However, we find ourselves in a situation where the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So we keep smoothing out all the kinks as we keep going forward. So the proposal is to apply this only in hunts where there are 10 or more permits issued to avoid creating a conservation concern. And if adopted, the department does have a couple requests for the board, such as adopting a regulation that would allow the department to exceed the total number of permits available in 5AAC 85, and to specify that the additional permit to be issued is in addition to any existing allocations. Basically, we're asking for some cover. While there is a regulation that allows the department to issue additional permits to correct administrative errors, what is discussed in the proposal is not covered by that. We want it clear that any permits issued do not count for or against the allocations and regulations. The requested changes in after the fact issuance. And we're not screen sharing. Basically, the tie goes to the runner. That's what we're asking the board to clarify here. So again, the proposal asks to issue an additional permit when a party application is drawn as the last permit for a hunt for hunts that have more than 10 permits available. And as you ponder this, it is not uncommon. However, it's not all of them by any means. So this might happen once or twice a year kind of thing. So it is relatively regular, but it's not frequent. So at that, if you have any questions, please let us know.
Go ahead, Lynn.
So worst case scenario, on a certain species, the department could give out 1 additional tag.
For each hunt, yes.
Okay. Any additional discussion on this? I'm sure there's some additional discussion on this, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm looking down here and I see, you know, this had a lot of support from some ACs. I noticed that Kodiak Advisory Committee was against it, and it's probably due to the fact of, you know, if you're only issuing 10%, you know, 10 permits, and you get an extra permit every year, you know, perhaps it could have an impact on the resource. So those are kind of weighing in whenever I think about this.
Note that this does not apply in hunts with 10 permits or fewer. So it would only apply if there's more than 10 permits. So you'd never be going more than 10% above the original allocation. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I can support this. I think we have the flexibility that we don't micromanage as tight as we don't have an extra animal that potentially could be harvested. All those permits aren't successful anyways, and so I can support this.
What do you think, James?
Yeah, I agree. I think I can support this as well, just because you're issuing an extra permit on a party application doesn't mean that you're guaranteed harvesting the animal as well, as Member Barrett just said.
Additional discussion on this. I note that it came from a former board member, and he's probably familiar with the process. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll have to ask a question to Natalie. Would we have to, can we amend this and give you guys authorization to exceed an up to permit that's in regulation, or do we need to make a separate regulation?
Through the chair, I believe, and Cheryl can correct me if I'm wrong, that the board does have the ability and the authority to create a regulation in 92050 to cover all of the concerns that we have.
So we shouldn't do an amendment on this proposal. We'd have to generate a proposal.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that the board could amend this proposal to cover those concerns.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to this proposal to allow the department to exceed the up to language in the permit section. I believe it would be in 5AAC 85.
Second.
Amendment's been moved. On the amendment, would you like to speak on it?
Yeah, so when, as it was explained to us from the department, and we have to give out that additional permit when a party was drawn at the end, the department would need that authorization to exceed the up to language that we already have in codified.
Okay. With that explanation, any discussion on the amendment? Amendments before us. Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment to allow the Department of Fish and Game to exceed the up to language. I don't have that regulation handy, but you referenced it earlier, and I don't know that I need to, but. Okay, so, on that amendment, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes?
Mr. Keel,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
and Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, so the proposal as amended is before us. Discussion on the proposal as amended. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'm in support of this proposal. I think, you know, the tie goes to the runner. I like this. I don't know how many people would have ever known that they got skipped over because they were at the last of the deal. So this provides an opportunity for party people to be on an even playing field.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the department hasn't been informing people that, oh, you were drawn, but we were not giving you a permit anyway. So, and I think that would be kind of mean. But I'm going to support this. I think it's actually a good policy. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to be in support of this proposal. I think it's a worthy proposal, well-written, and I like the intent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional discussion on this? If not,
Call the question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 154 as amended. Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes?
Mr. Keel,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 242, allow hunting permits to be reissued for military personnel under any official military deployment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department comments? Looks like a little technical issue there that's been solved.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think there's an issue between the chair and the keyboard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 242 is a public proposal, allow hunting permits to be reissued for military personnel under any official military deployment. The department recommendation is to support. There's a litany of regulations here that essentially say that we have, under certain circumstances, and at this time, it's pretty specific to service members who are deployed to a combat zone and are unable to utilize their drawing permit. We can transfer those to a time when those service members would be available to hunt, essentially when they get home. The chart you have in front of you there is just it's an indication of the requests that we get And over the years, since this went into effect in 2009, you can see that, you know, it's not a great amount, and it's spread over many, many drawing hunts. I did not break them down into individual hunts, but bottom line is it's not a lot. We approve almost all of them. The ones that get denied are oftentimes because they just don't, the area they're going does not meet that combat zone designation. And Proposal 242, allow hunting permits to be reissued for military personnel under any official deployment, and the department recommendation is support. I'd also add that the department, we go to the references that we have, and the Internal Revenue Service has rules for taxation of service members that are deployed to combat zones in certain areas. And we use that list oftentimes, and I'd say 99.9% of the time, any questions are answered right away. You saw the number that are approved, it's the lion's share of them. If a location is not on that list, we can go to the DoD website and some other references to ensure that we're making the right decision. And we do put those, you know, we take all the steps that we can to make sure we've got the right answer. 242 is a public proposal and would allow us to reissue these permits to service members under deployment, and we do support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you guys have a definition of what official military deployment is? And basically, the word deployment concerns me. There's a lot of different kinds of deployments in the military besides combat. You know, that's a specific deployment. But there's many others, you know, going to schools, going maneuvers, where the whole, you know, they're going on training maneuvers, and TDYs, or temporary duty stations, you know, things like that. I think which is out of the scope of our intent of what was passed before.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, and that's, you know, frankly, being a veteran, being deployed, that was the first question I had when I saw this. It really wasn't a question whether we would support it or not, but it was, you know, how do we define this? The intent of the regulation is great. So I would ask the board to think about that. Yourself being a veteran and having those experiences, Member Cooney as well. You have some ideas of what Uncle Sam tells us to do here and there. I would suggest, you know, it would be appreciated if the board would deliberate that and decide, you know, where we want to cut it off. You know, it's one of my primary concerns is we essentially have one person who processes all these right now, and then I do, you know, the approving as after she's essentially done all the legwork. And, you know, a modest increase, yeah, fair enough. That's no problem. But for everything that you described, it could end up being a lot of requests.
Thank you. James?
Thank you. Member Barrett he asked the same question that I had, and Ryan, you kind of answered it as well. And we did hear that from a public comment as well. And that was my only concern when I read this, that the intent of this is spot on. It's great. Happened to a close friend of mine who is currently still serving last year, deployed to Poland. Poland at that time was not a combat zone. Not sure if it still is, but he wasn't able to utilize his tag either. And so I think that is the intent, is that, you know, it doesn't have to be reserved to a combat zone if the service member is being deployed somewhere, you know, for a specific reason other than, like Al was saying, I think schools or TDY or even a training event, then it is the intent of the board. I think we all would agree to try and do that. Now, I don't know what kind of language you need to add to that. That's kind of where I'm drawing a blank.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as this proposal is written, I wouldn't be able to support it because I think it's a real slippery slope on how somebody can interpret any official military deployment. And I think that needs to be more more specific, and that would take some effort, because I think there's a lot there. I don't know if the military, have been out for quite a while, I don't know if the military has something that's less than combat zones, if, like, remember James's friend that's deployed in Poland, you know, what kind of action that was under, or what kind of deployment that is even.
Additional board discussion, answers from the department? No. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it pleases the board, myself and Natalie, and certainly we'd be relying on Member Barrett and Member Cooney as well, we could take a crack at trying to identify some of those. I am concerned we won't get them all, or, you know, but if the board would like us to do that, we can attempt to do that and have it, you know, time certain for the meeting.
But from what I'm hearing, what we're looking to is involuntary deployment, or deployment where the military member doesn't have an option to do something else, and I'm not sure how you define that, but would you like to, those people concerned with this, would they like to table this until tomorrow morning, give them time to work on it, or what's your pleasure?
Yes, I'd be willing to have that tabled till tomorrow morning and see what we come up with. It's gonna be a good exercise.
Second.
Orville?
It seems like, is any of that deployment mandatory? Because then it would be a part of their service, and I would want them to consider that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So do we have a motion to table to a time certain?
I move that we table this till time certain.
Second.
Okay, I believe the motion is to table this till first thing tomorrow morning. First order of business tomorrow morning, 8:30. Is there objection? Without objection, it'll be tabled till first thing tomorrow morning, give an opportunity to work on it. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 243, update 5 AAC 92.050 to recognize changes made by the Alaska legislature regarding the transfer of drawing permit hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 243 was submitted by the department, and it asked to update existing regulations to allow for the transfer of drawing permits as a result of recent statutory changes. Again, the department submitted the proposal and supports it. Currently, permits are not transferable by board regulation, except upon request, a drawing permit hunt may be transferred to a qualified substitute, so the board needs to change their existing regulations in order to conform to the recently changed statutes. So the request is to add an exception to when permits are not transferable. And that would be upon request, a drawing hunt permit may be transferred to a qualified substitute in the event of the original permit holder's death as provided for in Alaska Statute 1605-404 and Alaska Statute 1605-420 Charlie. And those statutes do have definitions of a qualified substitute as well. Some background for you. An individual who is a successful applicant for a specific drawing permit hunt is ineligible to apply for a permit for that specific hunt the following year. So I need to take a quick step back here. Since this proposal was submitted, the department did identify a couple things that we need some help clarifying or some questions for the board to address. Two questions in particular is, one, in this case, can the receiving person have possessed the same permit the year before? Let's see, 1 second. So at the moment, there are board regulations that say a person is not eligible to be awarded the same permit 2 years in a row. So the board needs to decide if these permits that are transferred under this statute are completely separate from all the other existing provisions, or if they need to follow the same rules. Nothing in here and nothing in the statute allows a person to hold two of the same permits in the year or to double their bag limit. So this is simply a permit issuance thing. So again, the department would like to hear from the board on whether or not the person receiving the permit can have possessed the same permit the year before, and if the person receiving the permit can be eligible to win the same drawing permit through the regularly awarded drawing process the next year. And it looks like my slides might be a little bit backwards here. Anyway, since the regulation became effective, or excuse me, the statute became effective in May, the department has actually received and issued 5 permits under the statute. All 5 were for antlerless or any bull moose hunts, so there weren't any, we didn't have any toque sheep winners pop up or Delta bison either, or muskox hunters. But anyway, this did get some attention, and we actually received far more of these than even I was expecting. So again, we've had 5 people interested in this, and that's part of what's driving these questions. We would like to know if these folks are eligible for those permits next year, and if they had the same exact permit last year, if they're prohibited from this. So again, just a couple of points for the board to consider as they think through this proposal. So again, there isn't anything that the board has the authority to do as far as not allowing the transfer, so now we're just focusing on the cleanup questions as a result of the statute being in play. So if the board has any questions, again, we submitted the proposal and we are asking to update the regulations to be in compliance with the statute and have those 2 questions hanging out for the board to address, and we do support it. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recipient of the proposal, so the original permit holder passed away, whatever, so now we're transferring it to another individual. So wouldn't that, when you transfer that, wouldn't that person be fall under all the permit requirements, stipulations, things like that? And one of the stipulations is that you could not apply for that permit the next year or receive it the next year. So I guess the only question would have to be answered if they'd had it the previous year, they agreed to that stipulation, so they wouldn't be eligible for it. I mean, that would, I guess, for fairness and consistency, that's how I'd like to see it, but I'll wait to hear what the rest of the board thinks.
Natalie, question for you. Have you reviewed the committee minutes or the sponsor statement from the legislation that gives any, was there any discussion at that time about these issues?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually a pretty large part on the department side of this bill going through. So yes, I am very familiar with those discussions. All discussions were that this was to be totally separate from the process. However, these specific points were not ever addressed. So that's why we're here asking for clarification on if the board would like to impose some additional restrictions, which they do, and unless Cheryl can correct me if I'm wrong, they do have the authority to require these to be fully in line with their other regular drawing permits. But it's my understanding, based on all the sponsor statements and the discussion in the legislature, that this was to be separate from the drawing process.
Understand that. So that said, you just said that the legislature thought of this as being totally separate and being apart from this. And yet, yes, we do probably still have the authority to consider it as being part of it. I'm not comfortable with doing something different than what the legislature intends when it's a recent bill and their intent can be gleaned from their discussion. But go ahead, Lynn.
I think this is totally separate from the process. This person is acquiring a permit that they didn't necessarily put in for. So, I mean, that's separate from the overall process. But conditions of the permit, I don't believe that the legislature said that the conditions of the permit were excluded. Or
It's not what I said. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So after the legislature had their bill enacted, became a statute, we actually had 5 people that drew tags and died that regulatory year. And there was more requests?
Through the chair, after the bill was in effect, we were contacted by 5 people who had been awarded permits that year. So this was 2021. Permits were announced in February. After permits were announced in February, and by the time fall hunting season came around, we had 5 people who had passed away, and their family member, or their qualified substitutes contacted the department and were subsequently reissued those permits. And the department is keeping track of all of those applications that we get, and we plan to do so into the future as well.
Yeah, and I think, the legislature had passed, we have a statute before us, and we can clarify it through regulations, so I don't have an issue with that. I'm kind of leaning towards that, the recipient of the transfer has to meet the conditions of the permit and the eligibility.
Okay. But what does that mean in terms of, since there's nothing in the proposal that specifies that, how would you want to create language to make that work?
Off the cuff, it would be that, the recipient of the transfer, the permit, would have to be qualified to receive that permit, meaning if he had the permit last year, it's a 1 every 4-year permit, he's not qualified to hunt a year after the qualification of that permit. And then if he was successful, that it counts, he'd have to start over if there's a 1 every 4 years, 1 every 10 years. Or you can't apply the next year, the conditions of the actual permit.
Okay, so I'm gonna just be the devil's advocate here. What if there's only one potential qualified substitute for this, and that person had that permit the year before, wouldn't otherwise qualify, but the clear legislative intent is that somebody get that permit and hunt it.
I'll reserve my statements and think about it some more, Mr. Chairman.
Orville, do you have any comments on this?
Actually, I think I'll just agree with Al. I think Al's on the right track. We need to treat everyone fairly. And it's unfortunate these things happen, but I think we need to follow our process as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So originally, we planned to submit the actual language of the bill itself. It's found in 1605-404, and so I'd just like to read one section of it, if I may, and it might aid in the discussion here. So yes, these were supposed to be awarded, separate from the drawing process, but there is a section in the statute that says a hunting permit may only be transferred or reissued under this section to a substitute who is qualified under the conditions that apply to the person to whom the hunting permit was originally awarded. A hunting permit may be transferred or reissued under this section only for the specific hunt for which the permit was originally awarded. So the person who's the qualified substitute has to be eligible to receive that hunt, all of those additional things. So yes, this was in addition to, separate from the drawing process, but the legislature was very well aware that the board did have existing regulations for these drawing hunts. So the intent was not to, and I may have misspoke earlier, I apologize for that. I don't believe the intent was to entirely circumvent the board's regulations. This was just supposed to be an additional opportunity in the event a drawing permit winner had passed away.
Okay. Further board discussion. Lynn?
One more question then. So with what you just said there, do you interpret that to mean that since the original receiver of the permit met the qualifications to receive it, does that I'm wondering, in your mind, would that negate the by default beneficiary of that permit, that he wouldn't have to meet that prior criteria, but once he gets the permit, he would know he wouldn't be eligible for that permit the next year, or whatever the criteria is for that permit?
Through the chair, that was That's pretty much the way I read it as well. However, I thought that was possibly more restrictive than this board might want to be, which is part of the reason we submitted the proposal. We thought this board would like the opportunity to discuss that and to either clean up their regulations or to even acknowledge that this additional opportunity is out there. So we did think as a department that this was the appropriate place to have that conversation.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess based off that, I would change my view a little bit that since the legislature said the person had to be eligible for it, that the prior would be on the original receiver, but for the beneficiary to accept it, he'd have to agree to the permit conditions that he wouldn't be eligible for that permit the next year, or like I said, however that reads. I guess I'd prefer to see something along those lines then.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thanks, Art. So are we gonna maybe include like weapons restricted hunts on this as well? You know, a lot of times you have to have certification before you apply. You have a permit, you know, you need to hand it off to somebody else, and that person might not be qualified with a bow.
I think that's an excellent example of the qualification that you would want to have in there. And so I think that's the kind of discussion that I think the department was hoping we would have and make sure that we, but we may need to, the question is whether we need to amend this to add any additional language to it or simply put on the record what the board's intent is on this. And I think that's where we are on this. Go ahead, Al.
You know, I think the statute really clarifies a lot of things for us. That part Natalie was reading, you know, a hunting permit may only be transferred or reissued under this section to a substitute who is qualified under the conditions that apply to the person whom the hunting permit was originally issued. So he has to be qualified, so that kind of takes care of what Jake was saying. And, you know, if he's got his bag limit or his, you know, 1 every 4 years or 1 every year, whatever conditions to that original permit, you know, if he meets those qualifications, he's qualified. So, I mean, I think the statute's fairly clear on that. I'm not guessing what the department's really seeking, since the recipient of the transfer has to, you know, meet all the qualifications of that permit.
So, quick question for the department. Is the department able to administer this statute in the absence of a regulation that clarifies it?
Mr. Chair, the board does need to adopt the proposal. There does need to be a regulatory change to allow for this. However, based on the discussion that I've heard, an amendment is not necessary.
Okay. And I would ask our Department of Law why we would need to adopt a regulation in order for the department to do this, since they have statutory authority to do everything that we're doing.
I don't know. The statute does require this, and the language that Member Barrett referenced says that to be a qualified substitute, you have to comply with the conditions that were applicable to the original hunter. So I think maybe the department has some particular questions about what that might mean. I can tell you what my interpretation is that if you had the same permit the year before and you can't have the same permit the following year, then you would not be a qualified substitute. So all of those conditions, you put yourself in the position of the person who is now deceased, and if you qualify, then you can receive the transfer. That's how I was interpreting it, but Natalie and Ryan may have additional thoughts on this.
Yeah, I read it I read this proposed regulation as simply restating a statute that's already there, and I don't know that it gives anybody anything else other than having a board discussion if there's any discretionary parts of the statute that the department would like direction on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back to the original proposal. The reason the proposal was submitted was because there is an existing board regulation that lists exactly when the commissioner can transfer these permits. And it does not include this new statutory change. So the original proposal was submitted just to identify in regulation that the commissioner has the authority to transfer the permits as authorized in statute, just to keep it clean. So if the board would pass that proposal as written, that would cover all the concerns that we have, and the additional discussion makes it quite clear how to implement this.
Okay, I think that's fine with me. I just don't want to be told that we have to do something because because the department wants us to. So what's the will of the board? Go ahead.
Yeah, I intend to support this. Redundancy is great in Alaska.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan on supporting it too, now that we've been around the barn several times on this, but I guess I see where Natalie's going with that, so anyways, I support it.
Any additional discussion? Orville?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the department got a lot out of the wisdom from Al and Lynn and yourself. I think they got good direction now, and I'll be in support as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I intend to support this too, but I also, want to make sure that people say what they mean and that the department is very clear in what the purpose of something is. So, thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 243. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 155, establish protocol for ADF&G to issue any bull resident moose permit in selective harvest hunts.
Second.
Been moved and seconded with department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 155 was submitted by a member of the public. Would create additional moose drawing permit hunts opportunity in areas where selective moose harvest strategies are used to manage bull moose hunts with a bag limit of any bull. That would be the new hunt, excuse me. Department recommendation is support. Selective harvest strategies, Spike Fork 50, 3 brow tine, 4 brow tine, 4 brow tine, 50 inches, antlered bull at this point as well, are used throughout the state to protect portions of the bull population to ensure adequate breeding and to modify opportunity based on the desires of the hunting public. Oftentimes those hunts are used to, extend the hunting time, whereas an any bull hunt may result in a high harvest very quickly and that opportunity to be significantly shortened. Any bull moose hunts are usually highly sought after and are also commonly associated with providing subsistence opportunities. This would be a new regulation. Notwithstanding 5 AAC 85045, the department may issue up to 10 additional any bull resident moose permits by drawing for selective harvest bull moose hunts in game management units 1 through 26. Permits would be valid during the existing selective harvest hunt seasons and will be issued at the discretion of the department under the following conditions. A, the department has determined that additional harvestable surplus is available, and B, bull moose calves are not legal to harvest. So proposal 155, essentially, we're all aware of various antler-restricted moose hunts across the state. There are occasions where the antlerless hunt, getting late in the day, I guess. The antler restricted hunt serves a very good purpose, whether it's to protect a portion of the population or to ensure that the hunt is open as long as we can and maximize the opportunity. Many times we have, there are additional bull moose available for harvest there. And that's obviously based on harvestable surplus calculations. Currently, there is no tool, even if we thought that we could offer some any bull hunts or permits. The only tool is to come back to the board, generally in a regularly scheduled meeting, and make those changes. This would, essentially give us that tool if we identified a hunt that we could take advantage of this in. Now, one thing I do, I don't know, potentially, maybe the board gets a little itchy at the word discretion. I would ultimately get a little bit itchy, with the word shall. So I would prefer, along the lines of may, when we feel like that it's appropriate and we've identified a harvestable surplus. In addition to that, I think we'd want to get some input from the public and to get support from the public as well, before just flopping these on the table. But again, it's a public proposal. It provides a tool for the department in selective harvest moose hunts to offer any bull permits via drawing. And the department recommendation is to support.
Thank you. Board discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, do we currently have, I was just quick trying to look, but you guys got finished early. Any non-resident, any bull tags for drawing hunts?
Through the chair, Mr. Brett, I do not know the answer. I'd have to spend a little time looking. Any bull hunts are not all that common to begin with, yeah.
Additional board discussion. So Ryan, with this tool, the department might handle it very similar to a antlerless hunt conceptually, where they would choose a number and allow for a drawing permit in a certain area.
Mr. Chairman, conceptually, yes, it'd be, exactly the same. I'm hoping to avoid having it reauthorized every year, though.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we might want to make a requirement that there be AC authorization and annual reauthorization for this. But I'm not there yet, which is good. Al?
Yeah, since this is on a statewide issue, wouldn't it be proper or procedurally right that you'd have to come before the board and get up to language for every one of your authorized antler, or, got me going, any bull permits per region or unit?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I believe that's accomplished in the proposed language by the author, up to 10. And frankly, we'd probably just, up to 10 and leave it there as a blanket statement. Certainly, the conversation about getting public input and making sure the board's aware and comfortable, that's all valid. I don't, up to 10 is not a big number to begin with. However, again, that would cause some uncomfortableness for folks, I suspect. I think this tool is something, oftentimes we're talking about taking stuff away. But this tool is an opportunity to actually provide more opportunity, both for the management staff. I imagine some people would, be very excited to use this. Others might be a little bit reluctant, but also for the users. And that would be, the residents of Alaska.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, got pretty good support across the board on this. Only question I do have is, under opposition, it says Nushagak AC, but under AC 20, I sure couldn't find where they were opposing this, but I could maybe just missed it. But anyways, we got broad support with ACs and outdoor groups and members of the public.
Stosh?
Now, Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't find it either. I think that was a mistake. But nonetheless, I can support this proposal. I think it's allow the department or tool to add additional opportunity for non-subsistence users, and it seems straightforward and well-written, so I can support this.
Okay, Orville, did you have any additional comments?
No, Mr. Chair, I was just agreeing with Stosh. I thought he worded that well. I'll be in support of it as well. It's an additional opportunity, and rather than just see them maybe get caught up in a bad winter or something, take advantage of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Al?
Just one more thing, you hit on it right at the beginning. So as this is written, we're gonna interpret that to be maybe issued permits?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I'm asking you to. Trying to avoid that word shall.
Okay, Al.
I would like to make a motion that, or an amendment to this proposal to make sure that the department may issue up to 10 any bull permits.
You have a second on the
Second.
amendment? Been seconded, moved and seconded the amendment, which makes it clear that the department may offer up to 10. I'm not sure how much discretion we want to give the department, but would you call the roll? Is there any discussion on the amendment? If not, would you call the roll on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment, Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Thank you. Now the proposal is before us as amended. Any further discussion on the proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal. Go ahead.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 155, yep, as amended. Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 156, allow qualified crossbow hunters the ability to apply for methods and means exemption permits for archery-only hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 156 was submitted by the department, and it asked to allow certified crossbow hunters to be able to apply for archery-only hunts. The department did submit the proposal and does support it. Currently, applicants for archery-only hunts must have successfully completed a department-approved bow hunter education course before applying for the hunt. And prior to the requirement for crossbow hunters to have successfully completed a crossbow hunter education course, crossbow hunters were taking the bow hunter education course with their crossbow, which allowed them to apply for a methods and means exemption permit for those archery-only hunts. So again, the people who wanted to hunt with a crossbow had taken the archery certification course and were applying for those archery-only hunts after only having passed the archery-only course with that certification. However, with the implementation of the crossbow certification course, we no longer allow people to take the archery course with their crossbow. So the department is asking the board to consider whether or not they want to allow applicants to be able to apply for those archery-only hunts with their crossbow certification number, expecting that the winners of those hunts would, or not expecting, but understanding that the winners of those hunts would still be required to apply for the methods and means exemption permit in order to hunt with a crossbow in that archery-only course. It's important to note that on average, the department gets about 35 requests a year to allow crossbow hunters to hunt in those archery-only courses. And the number of permits only fluctuates by about 2 or 3 every year. So we have a standard small number of people who are incapable of hunting with archery equipment that do get the methods and means exemption permit to hunt with an with a crossbow in those archery-only courses. So if no action is taken on this, those crossbow hunters who physically cannot use archery equipment would be unable to apply for those archery-only hunts. And there, like I said, there are those physically disabled hunters that apply for and receive the methods and means exemption permits to use the crossbows in those archery-only hunts. But at the moment, they're no longer able to apply for those archery-only drawing permit hunts. An adoption of the proposal would provide those disabled crossbow hunters the opportunity to apply for the archery-only drawing permit hunts. Again, this is a department proposal to allow certified crossbow hunters to apply for the archery-only hunts. Yeah, and again, they would still have to get the methods and means exemption permit in order to participate in the archery-only hunt. This would simply allow them the ability to apply for the hunts to begin with. So again, the department did submit the proposal and is happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So chronologically, they apply for the hunt first and then the method and means? So that it's the crossbow certification that would now allow them to apply for the archery-only hunt.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And the reason it's done that way is because we don't want to issue a bunch of methods and means exemption permits for people who might possibly be awarded a permit.
That's quite understandable. In the event that someone doesn't get an exemption, what do you do with the permit? If someone wins the permit and you don't issue an exemption?
Mr. Chair, I might ask Ryan on this one, but I am unaware of us not issuing an exemption permit to anyone in a situation like this. Are you aware of any?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thinking back, most people are right on top of it. And, I mean, it's a paperwork thing, but there are several steps that people must accomplish to get the exemption. And they're serious about it and they go through the process. I don't believe we have denied one. And I sign them, and I don't think I've denied one. So, yeah, at least in the last 3 years or so.
Okay, and you're very careful about making sure that people actually qualify for the method and means exemption, I'm sure, so that's not a problem. Any discussion from board members on this? I think it just makes sense. You know, if the person has to use a crossbow because they can't use archery equipment, and now they are going to want to hunt, that's the only way they're going to be able to hunt in a weapons-limited hunt. So any further discussion from board members on this intent? Al?
Yeah, I'll say something while others are thinking now. I'm here to, I'll be willing to support this. I think this is good. I think the department's got a handle on it. I don't think the public is abusing it, so I'm in support of this.
Yeah, I have one more question for the department, just to make clear, because we're opposed by the Bow Hunters Association on this, on the public comments, and is there anything in the crossbow as opposed to the archery certification course that has to do with how you approach animals or how you act and behave in the field between crossbows and archery? Or is it the weapons themselves that you're certifying?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This course is focused on the weapons themselves. They both follow today's archery hunter and today's crossbow hunter education materials. They do focus on the weapons themselves, not anything else. And Ryan can correct me or add to that if he.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, there are some sections, that they talk about how to, shoot uphill, downhill, some things like that, and, various things like that, that are addressed in those specific weapons courses. And then also, most people get that in a basic hunter education course if they have it, but a lot of it is focused on the instrument itself.
Because I'm thinking that maybe the opposition has to do with culture rather than, if they were maybe never an actual archery hunter, then they're not part of the culture. So it's a cultural issue, not a practical issue or hunting issue. So any additional discussion, Addie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're correct. It's a cultural thing. But I would like to point out that having studied this issue throughout the lower 48 states, several states have adopted bow hunts in archery-only areas. And one of the things they found out, like in Ohio and the state of Georgia, the number of youth, anyway, that were incapable of using a regular archery equipment that used a crossbow, a large percentage of those transitioned to using compound and longbows and recurves when they got old enough to pull the bow back. So I don't think the archery community should be so afraid of this issue, because they're going to end up with a lot more people hunting with bows like they are, according to the record, or the data I've seen.
Thank you, Mr. Grasser, Director Grasser. Any additional discussion from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll be supporting this proposal. A couple of ACs are in favor and one was against, but I like it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead, Christie.
Final action on proposal 156. Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
and Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 157, amend the language in the existing regulation for authorizing methods and means disability exemptions to be more consistent with the statute.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 157 was submitted by the department to amend existing methods and means disability exemption regulations to be more consistent with statutes. And the department does support the proposal. Sorry about that. Some background for you. In statute, the definition that we're dealing with is a person with physical disabilities, means a person who presents to the department either written proof that the person receives at least 70% disability compensation from a government agency for a physical disability, or an affidavit signed by a physician licensed to practice medicine in the state, stating that the person is at least 70% physically disabled. And the underlying text there that says physician licensed to practice medicine in the state is the requested amendment, or excuse me, the requested change in the proposal. And this is important because of the existing regulations that say a person with a disability or their personal representative may submit an application on a form available from the department for an exemption from a methods and means requirement set out in this chapter. The application must include a signed statement from a licensed physician explaining the nature and extent of the person's disability. So again, here's the problem with the regulation. It just says licensed physician. And this is important because the department regularly receives applications that are signed by nurses, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, chiropractors, medical doctors, and others. And on average, there are about 10 of these applications a year that end up being initially denied, although most are able to then get the correct signature. And the department does issue about 35 to 40 of these annually. And the reason that this poses some problems is that nurses are not physicians, however, they are licensed. And so the differences in the two result in great frustration among the public and the department when determining when to issue these permits and not. And it can be pretty miserable for all involved when the situation basically just hinges on a person's signature. You know, this is the case of the department not being able to issue this permit because the wrong person signed the form. And mobility is usually an issue for many of the people that we talk to, so it's not always as simple as sending them back to the clinic for a different signature. So, again, the department did submit this proposal to amend the existing regulations to be more consistent with the statutes. And it will remove the potential for inconsistent implementation by the department and will result in clear instructions to the public regarding the methods and means disability exemptions. And basically, it just puts everything out in the open and removes any of the confusion between the statutes and the regulations.
Discussion from board members. Not seeing, go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I think I'll be in support of the proposal. It's just, seems fairly straightforward. Let's see, there's one AC in support of it and 2 took no action. A couple were against it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to support it as well. It just eliminates some confusion.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to support this because the regulation, well, it does not conflict with the statute, doesn't state it clearly, and people read the regulation instead of the statute. You could accomplish the same thing by eliminating the regulation. But we'll just, I'm going to support the proposal. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so a question for the department, or maybe even the Department of Law. You showed that one slide where it talked about chiropractors, nurses, PAs. The statute says that you have to be a licensed physician. Is a physician just an actual person with a doctor's degree? Or can a physician be any one of the nurses or subjects that you had in that line?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we hold the line pretty close. And the statute says a licensed physician, physician licensed to practice in the state of Alaska. And, these are important things, and we get asked about them a lot, and they get looked at a lot, and so we hold the line. We don't accept nurses, nurse practitioners, PAs, things like that. It's got to be an MD.
The why I asked is I kind of Googled it and got a couple different answers. One was like that, but some were other, that were practicing medicine.
Yeah, but the statute's very clear, and it says a physician licensed
I
in the
looked up what a
state.
physician is.
Yeah. So, any additional discussion?
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 157. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
and Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 158, allow dog mushers to be eligible to receive game from the state by permit for use as dog food.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 158 would allow the department to provide dog mushers game meat for use as dog food. The recommendation is oppose, and this is an advisory committee proposal. 5 AAC 92210 provides the guidance for game as animal food or bait. You can see that various parts of a legally taken animal can be used for bait. Parts of legally taken animals that are not required to be, they have to be portions that are not required to be salvaged. Other examples, the skinned carcass of a bear, fur animal after salvage is required under 92220. And then for small game, unclassified game, deleterious exotic wildlife, and game that died of natural causes, if the game is not moved from the location where it was found, and game furnished by the state as authorized by a permit under 5 AAC 92040. 92040 is a permit for taking game with taking fur bears with game meat. You can see the 3 sections that authorize us to do that. It is a common practice in the state where the department does provide those items. As I mentioned, we currently provide game meat as described in the proposal to trappers to use as a bait. These, could be roadkill, animals that were necropsied, or other inedible game meat is provided to trappers on a first-come, first-served basis. I don't know every office that it happens in, but it's quite a few, actually. Game that is determined to be fit for human consumption is donated to charities through direct donation, private salvage groups, and through charity lists maintained by the Department of Public Safety and the Department of Fish and Game. The department's primary concern, and the reason that our recommendation was opposed, is the potential health consequences of providing game for dogs that is not fit for consumption. If something is going on that we just don't know about. We wouldn't argue that it's a bad use of game meat, and things like that. And when you use it for trapping, the intent is to bring an animal to it. Certainly, there potentially be some consumption, but this is, the direct intent is to feed a dog team, essentially. And our concern there was that, if even at our best guess, there could be a problem. And sled dogs aren't cheap. They're a valued animal, and a lot of time and energy go into them. And, frankly, we don't want to hurt anything. And Proposal 158, allow dog mushers to receive game from the department for use as dog food. Our recommendation is opposed. It is an advisory committee proposal. And should the department or the board wish to adopt this, I would encourage you to think about why just dog owners might not be eligible to receive game meat from the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that same question. It seems like you're selecting a certain member of the public to give it to. But I don't think I'll support it. It's just, there's a lot of things in wild animals. And if you don't process it properly, that they could get sick. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional discussion from board members. Al, go ahead.
Because I'm not a dog musher, and I don't generally feed my dogs red meat, so there's really no concern when dog mushers put up fish and just let them sit out and air dry. And, generally I see them cook it a little bit in the water and feed it to the dogs. There's not the same concern from the fish about potential harm to dogs. I mean, obviously not. A lot of dogs are fed fish.
Through the chair, Member Brett, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I agree that it is used a lot, but those fish are processed, to whatever degree, whether it's the musher or somebody who gives them, they're cleaned, and then there's eons of tradition of drying fish that seem to be fine, but I'm not an expert in that.
I would think they would process, red meat, protein, moose meat in this case, the same way. I'm sure dog handlers have been much aware of what could happen if they're not processed properly for feed.
Okay, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the time I had dogs, I noticed that I didn't want them to do a lot of things that, they get bit, moose get bit by wolves and things, and they catch things that we don't get. And that's why we cook it or, process it a certain way. To just blatantly give it to dog mush is just not a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my understanding was the permit was going to be for moose that hadn't been salvaged for human consumption. So they would already be in the deteriorating process. Just on a side note, I mean, I've received permits over the years for moose to take out on the trap line stuff, and they were just dead. No idea why they died. But I've hauled moose out that nothing would touch, and I don't know why. But evidently they knew something was wrong with it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would a dog know the same thing and not eat? I have no idea. But I have a tendency to agree with Member Huntington and the state department on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the department. I don't want the department to be responsible for that musher's dog's dying either. And the public perception of that could be pretty bad. Any additional discussion, comments? Ready for the question?
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 158. Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 244, eliminate all community subsistence harvest hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 244 would eliminate all community subsistence hunts statewide. The department recommendation is neutral, and this is a public proposal. The proposal would eliminate the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Harvest Hunt, the Chilistic Community Harvest Area for moose, and the Yukon Flats Community Subsistence Harvest Area for black bears. As the board will recall, we had proposals 210 and 211 at the Region 4 meeting back in January, addressing only the Unit 13, or the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Harvest. The CSH hunt structure has not been used since the mid-2000s for the Chilistic Community Harvest Area for moose or the Yukon Flats Community Harvest Area for black bears, though the pattern of use for both still exists. The Yukon Flats CSH hunt area is all of Unit 20D. There's a positive C&T finding for black bears in Unit 25 with an ANS of 150 to 250 animals. The Chilistic CSH hunt area consists of portions of Units 25B, 25D. There is also a positive C&T finding for moose in Unit 25B with an ANS of 15 to 37, and there's a positive finding in Unit 25D West and an ANS of 50 to 70. There's also a positive C&T finding for moose in Unit 25D East with an ANS of 150 to 250. Just quickly, these are maps of the areas that we're talking about. CM 300 is in Unit 13, the Copper Basin area. CC 001 is for caribou. CM 300 is for moose. And then CL 001 is for black bear, and CM 001 is for moose in, the black bears in the Yukon Flats, and then Chilistic CSH for moose. There hasn't been a lot of use of the other two CSH programs, but we also have not seen any changes in the traditional use patterns there. And so that is a viable option for the folks who qualify for that at this point. So largely, any action taken by this board with an immediate impact would impact Unit 13, and they'd be the primary hunts affected by this proposal. Existing hunts, conditions, permit allocations, and use, and the harvest can be found in the department's analysis and recommendations. If you'll recall, at the Region 4 meeting, that information took up a lot of paper, and I figured we'd just come off that meeting and we didn't need to repeat it. The Copper Basin hunt area includes all of Unit 13, portions of Units 11 and 12. The Board of Game has made a positive customary and traditional use finding for moose in Unit 13 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 300 to 600 animals. The Board of Game has made a positive customary and traditional use finding for Nelchina caribou in Unit 13 with an ANS of 600 to 1,000 caribou. And again, I'll remind the board that they voted to postpone indefinitely proposals 210 and 211 in January of 2022 in the interest of seeing alternatives that the proposer or other interested parties might bring to the board in the future. If adopted, if 224 is adopted, the board should consider if reasonable opportunity for success in harvesting a moose, caribou, or black bear for the communal pattern of use still exists. If reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of moose, caribou, and black bear in Units 11, 12, 13, and 25 still exist. Recognize that the designated hunter provisions for CSH hunts will be lost. There is no overall conservation concern for these populations. However, we will note that there were concerns mentioned at the Region 4 meeting about declining bull-to-cow ratios in any bull, the any bull proportion of the Unit 13 area. If the board chooses to adopt 244, we'd ask that you delay implementation for 2 years to allow recently announced permit holders the opportunity to complete their hunts. The department will also need guidance on allocation of the remaining harvestable surplus. Proposal 244 would eliminate all community subsistence hunts statewide. The department's recommendation is neutral. This is a public proposal, and proposal 244 is very similar to 210 and 211 from Region 4, with the addition of the Yukon Flats Black Bear CSH and the Chilistic Moose CSH. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Discussion from board members. I want to point out that the proposal in the proposal book, the maker of the proposal asserts that this community hunts may be unconstitutional, and there has been a court case that says that they're not unconstitutional. They have been, they've been to court, they're legal under the statute and constitutional according to the courts in Alaska. So I think people should disregard any testimony that suggests that they're unconstitutional, because near as I can tell, we have to follow the direction of the Alaska Supreme Court. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, in Chilchisik and Yukon Flats, how many permits are issued for the moose and the black bear?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, as I mentioned, they haven't been, for the CSH hunts, they haven't been utilized in very recently. However, I also looked to Caroline Brown if she has some additional information on that.
I think Ryan covered it, or through the chair. This is Caroline Brown. As Ryan noted, neither the Chalkitsik community hunt or the black bear hunt have permits been issued since the mid-2000s. But as he also said earlier, the communal pattern of hunting still exists.
Thank you.
Additional board member comments. We had a lot of discussion about this at our Region 4 meeting, since the only one we're really addressing here as a practical matter is the Copper River area. And might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 244. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burdette?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
And Mr. Keough?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
This time we're going to recess for the night and come back at 8:30 a.m. Thank you.